Hello, YouTube peoples. I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Book Club. I forgot to put my timer on. Alright, let's see if I can remember what happened last week. Probably not. But, things actually happened. We got the, conclusion of the stalker ghost girl. I will say the movies definitely did that character wrong. Like, I'm not saying she's well written in the book. I'm not going that far, but at least in the book you understand her. I'm not sure why the movie downgraded her character so much. Especially because I think she's only seen like twice in the entire movie. It's like they really cut a lot of the stalker stuff out, which is kind of weird because the second movie is definitely like the slowest and the most boring because nothing happens. So it would just seemed like a better idea to keep more of that in, to add some tension. But And so the weird thing is, supposedly, I think it's the second one is the one that E.L. James had the most direct and complete control over after being unhappy with the first one, saying that it didn't like represent her vision of the book or whatever. When literally the first one is the most faithful of the three, if you just direct compare. But that's always a problem with adaptations. So yeah, we had the conclusion of the stalker girl. And then we had Anastasia freaking out because she saw a Christian dominate another woman. And this is being treated as if she walked in on him, like, banging another woman. Like, it's being treated as if he cheated on her, which is ridiculous. Because that's not the thing at all. And it's like, it involves him doing the exact thing she doesn't want. And she knows why he was doing it. There was a crazy person with a gun. And he knew that he could control her, and he did. He did the right thing. I get it's like, I don't know, maybe it's just finally occurring to her that like, yeah, he does this with all these women. They were real. I wonder if his past subs were like more theoretical to her, is maybe what they're going for. Like, and now she really sees him like that with other women. Like, I don't know. I really don't get her freak out. I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense to me. So, I don't know. But that's what it is. She's having a freak out, and she went out drinking and then went back to him and was like, I need some space. You should go be with her. I think you've been with her for hours cheating on me, and I'm leaving. And he pulled the ultimate gaslighting thing of pretending to be submissive to her by getting on his knees in front of her. Which even in the movie, like they had to leave that in, but it looks horrid even in the movie, and it's written quite horribly here too. And like, yeah, his stalker level is reached 9,000. But we all knew that was coming. I really didn't think he got like 100% stalker mode until later. I thought it was after they were married he really went like off the deep end, but it's not. He's already very far off the deep end. And they're not even engaged yet. Oh. Like, he's pretty much got her under his control 24/7 already. He's having her followed and spied on. And now he literally doesn't want her to leave the apartment. He's about one step away from, like, chaining her to a bed, I swear. Oh, I'm getting the notice that my internet is really bad. I'm having the bad signal thing pop up. I don't know why. My internet is hardwired. Yeah, I don't know why my internet's suddenly dropping. Okay, it's gone now. Maybe it was StreamYards? I don't know. Okay, we're going to very briefly show this because we're over time. So we are going to have our national anthem. Oh, here comes a puppy. All right, all rise for our national anthem.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure." Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week." Or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Yay! Alright, let's get to it. Oh god, my face looks terrible. And I was gonna do concealer, or yeah, concealer foundation, but it's so hot. Everything's just been melting. I really should have put some on because god, I look terrible. I'm having all of the dry skin redness stuff. But we have our tie. Oh wait, I forgot. I upgraded the stage. We have Ralph, our duck of pride, our inaugural duck. See, now he's got Canada flags to sit on, and it's all gold and shiny. I'm trying not to drop the duck. And we have our rainbows, of course. So it's coming along. It's coming along. We still need more ducks. There's lots of room on the stage, and Ralph needs some friends. See, he says yes. So Ralph will be to the side watching, and the duck bag is open and waiting should we have any more ducks. And just to run down sponsorships, it is for $10 collectively or individually. You get to, I will draw a duck and you get to name it. For 25, I will put on these handcuffs for the rest of the chapter. And if anyone is insane enough to sponsor for $50, I will chug this entire glass of wine immediately. Though I'm a little worried that doing that it's gonna make me barf. It will never come up, so it's okay. All right, we're at chapter 14. I think we're a little more than halfway done. This one's not as long as the other one. It's only like 26 chapters, 25 to the 33 of the first book, so we're moving through it pretty quickly. Maybe we'll have a double book burning if I don't burn the other one before then. Which I know I need to do, and I will. I have it planned out in my head. I'm going to get a little more elaborate with the video, or at least I'm going to try. So we'll see. We'll see what I can work out. Christian, on his knees at my feet, holding me with his steady gray gaze. It's the most chilling and sobering sight I've ever seen, more so than Layla and her gun. The vague alcoholic fuzziness I'm suffering from evaporates in an instant and is replaced by a prickling scalp and creeping sense of doom as the blood drains from my face. Creeping sense of doom. That's what you want in a relationship. I inhale sharply with a shock. No, no, this is wrong. So wrong and disturbing. Christian, please don't do this. I don't want this. He continues to regard me passively, not moving, saying nothing. Oh, fuck. My poor 50. Why is there a fly? What have I done to him? Tears prick my eyes. This is so bullshit. I hate this so much. Oh, I hate everything about this because it's such crap. Like, he's literally just manipulating the hell out of her. And like, he does not mean any of this. It's just to make her stay. He would literally do anything to make her stay. I better not be getting sick again. What would you like me to say? He says softly, blandly, and for a moment I'm relieved that he's talking. But not like this. No, no. Tears begin to ooze down my cheeks, and suddenly it's too much to see him in the same prostrate position as the pathetic creature that was Layla. Harsh much? The image of a powerful man who's really still a little boy, who is horrifically abused and neglected, who feels unworthy of love from his perfect family and his much less than perfect girlfriend. Oh, my lost boy. It's heartbreaking. And yet, this is one of those moments in the movie where I was cracking the fuck up, even though it's not supposed to be funny, because it looks stupid and hilarious, and they did not have the gravitas to put any weight in it. Like, that's the thing. Those movies are so 100% fluff that whenever they try to talk about something that's a serious matter, you cannot take it seriously because of all the fluff. This is that. I cannot take this seriously. This is not heartbreaking at all. I don't feel bad for him at all. Compassion, loss, and despair all swell in my heart, and I feel a choking sense of desperation. I'm going to have to fight to bring him back. Bring back my 50. So now you want him to go back to being the domineering jerk. The thought of me dominating anyone is appalling. And yet you're in this relationship. Thoughts of dominating Christian is nauseating. It would make me like her, the woman who did this to him. No, it would. Okay, like, so much is wrong with that. There's something in my teeth and it's bothering me. Excuse me. But, like, this is so. Oh. Right. Yeah. Okay, ew, gross. Okay, had to get that. That was bothering me so much. This is bothering me so much because, like, no, if you are a dominatrix, it doesn't automatically make you Mrs. Robinson. And no, you would not be exactly like the woman who did this to him because he's not a 16-year-old kid anymore. He's a grown man and he wants to have a consensual, sexy relationship with you. So, no, it would not be the same at all. It'd be very, very different. I shudder at that thought, fighting back bile in my throat. No way I can do that. No way. No. No way do I want that. Ugh, that is a horrible sentence. As my thoughts clear, I can see only one way. Not taking my eyes off his, I sink to my knees in front of him. The wood floor is hard against my shins, and I dash my tears away roughly with the back of my hand. Like this, we're equals. We're on a level. This is the only way we're going to retrieve him. This is so unearned. This is so unearned and pathetic, and it's trying to be so serious and like emotional, and there's nothing. There's absolutely nothing. His eyes widen fractionally as I stare up at him, but beyond that, his expression and stance don't change. Christian, you don't have to do this, I plead. I'm not going to run. I've told you and told you and told you. I won't run. All that's happened is overwhelming. I just need some time to think. Some time to myself. Yeah, she's not going to get it. He's not going to let her have that. Because that means that would be to risk losing his control over her if she has more than like an hour to herself and can actually think. Even at work, he doesn't leave her alone. Why do you always assume the worst? My heart clutches again because I know. It's because he's so doubting, so full of self loathing. Elena's words come back to haunt me. Does she know how negative you are about yourself? About all your issues? Oh, Christian. Fear grips my heart once more and I start babbling. I was going to suggest going back to my apartment this evening. You never gave me any time. Time to just think things through. This is true. This is true. I sob and a ghost of a frown crosses his face. Just time to think. We barely know each other, and all this baggage that comes with you. That's something to say to your partner when they're down on themselves. You come with a lot of baggage. And I say that as someone who comes with a lot of baggage, but still, you don't throw it in somebody's face like that. I need I need time to think it through. And now that Layla is, well, whatever she is, she's off the streets and not a threat. I thought my voice trails off and I stare at him. He regards me intently and I think he's listening. Seeing you with Layla, I close my eyes as the painful memory of his interaction with his ex sub gnaws at me anew. It was such a shock. I had a glimpse of how your life has been, and I gaze down at my knotted fingers, tears still trickling down my cheeks. This is about me not being good enough for you. It was an insight into your life, and I'm scared you'll get bored with me, and then you'll go, and I'll end up like Layla, a shadow. Because I love you, Christian, and if you leave me, it will be like a world without light. I'll be in darkness. I don't want to run. I'm just so frightened you'll leave me. I realize as I say these words to him, in the hope that he's listening, that what my real problem is. I just don't get why he likes me. I've never understood why he likes me. He has blatantly told you. And it is the most obvious thing in the fucking world. He was initially attracted to her because she looks like his dead mommy, and she looks like all his other subs. So that's why he wanted to dom her. And only when he found out that she is not in the lifestyle and was considerably inexperienced, he went, oh, look, it's a raw lump of clay that I can mold into my perfect submissive. And that's what he's been doing. And it's working wonders. He's very, very good at it. I don't understand why you find me attractive. I murmur. Yeah, this is dumb. This is bad writing on another level because we've seen that literally every single other guy, with the possible exception of Christian's father, is infatuated with her. They all think that she's gorgeous. She's got guys dripping off her everywhere she goes. Work, coffee shop, hardware store. Every guy that she knows is constantly trying to hit on her. This is not a woman who doesn't know that she's beautiful. Like, this is dumb. This is not, like, seriously, you are not she's all thatting this. Well, here you, and I shrug and gaze up at him. I just don't see it. You're beautiful and sexy and successful and good and kind and caring. Uh, yes, 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 no, no, no. All those things, and I'm not. How is she not all of those things? She is also beautiful, sexy, successful. She got a really good job right out of college, like 3 days out of college. And she is a lot nicer and caring than he is. And I can't do the things you like to do. I can't give you what you need. How could you be happy with me? How can I possibly hold you? Yeah, I fully agree with her, but like I said, I think that he cheats on her like a week after the honeymoon. Especially when she's pregnant, he definitely cheats. Uh my voice is a whisper as I express my darkest fears. I've never understood what you see in me, and seeing you with her, it brought all that home. I sniff and wipe my nose with the back of my hand, gazing at his impassive expression. Oh, he's so exasperating. Talk to me, damn it. Are you going to kneel here all night? Because I'll do it too. I snap at him. I think his expression softens. Maybe he looks vaguely amused, but it's hard to tell. I could reach across and touch him, but this would be a gross abuse of the position he's put me in. What? I don't want that, but I don't know what he wants, or what he's trying to say to me. I just don't understand. Christian, please, please talk to me. I beseech him, wringing my hands in my lap. I'm uncomfortable on my knees, but I continue to kneel, staring into his serious, beautiful gray eyes and wait. And wait. And wait. Please, I beg once more. His intense gaze darkens suddenly and he blinks. I was so scared, he whispers. Oh, thank the Lord. My subconscious staggers back into her armchair, sagging with relief, and takes a large swig of gin. He's talking. Gratitude overwhelms me, and I swallow, trying to contain my emotion and the fresh bout of tears that threatens. This is a ridiculous reaction. This whole scene is just absolutely a joke. His voice is low and soft. When I saw Ethan arrive outside, I knew someone had let you into your apartment. Both Taylor and I leapt out of the car. We knew, and to see her there like that, with you, and armed, I think I died 1,000 deaths, Santa. Someone threatening you, all my worst fears realized. I was so angry with her, with you, with Taylor, with myself. Yeah, he's just mad at it's everybody's fault, even the people who were not there and had nothing to do with it. He shakes his head, revealing his agony. I didn't know how volatile she would be. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how she'd react. Yes, you did. He stops and frowns, and then she gave me a clue. She looked so contrite, and I just knew what I had to do. He pauses, gazing at me, trying to gauge my reaction. Go on, I whisper. Seeing her in that state, knowing I might have something to do with her mental breakdown. Yes, all of it. It's entirely your fault. He closes his eyes once more. She was always so mischievous and lively. He shudders and takes a rasping breath, almost like a sob. This is torture to listen to, but I kneel, attentive, lapping up this insight. Can we? I don't think this is insight. He's telling you what happened. She might have harmed you, and it would have been my fault. Yes. His eyes dripped off, filled with an uncomprehending horror, and he's silent once more. But she didn't, I whisper. And you weren't responsible for her being in that state, Christian. Yes, he is. I blink up at him, encouraging him to continue. Then it dawns on me that everything he did was to keep me safe, and perhaps Layla too, because he also cares for her. But how much does he care for her? The question lingers in my head unwelcomed. He says he loves me, but he's so harsh, throwing me out of my own apartment. And you let him. This is the problem. You let him do this bullshit. And then you say you're going to stand up to him and then you don't. Or you try to and he ignores you and you let him. I just wanted you gone, he murmurs, with his uncanny ability to read my thoughts. I wanted you away from the danger. And you just wouldn't go. He hisses through clenched teeth and shakes his head. His exasperation is palpable. He gazes at me intently. Anastasia Steele, you are the most stubborn woman I know. I'm calling doubt on that. He closes his eyes and shakes his head once more in disbelief. Oh, he's back. I breathe a long, cleansing sigh of relief. He opens his eyes again. His expression is forlorn, sincere. You weren't going to run? He asks. No. He closes his eyes again and his whole body relaxes. When he opens his eyes, I can see his pain and anguish. I thought. He stops. This is me, Anna. All of me. And I'm all yours. What do I have to do to make you realize that? To make you see that I want you any way I can get you? That I love you. The want you any way I can get you. That's there's some truth in that that's creepy. I love you too, Christian. And to see you like this is I choke and my tears start anew. I thought I'd broken you. There's no crying in this scene in the movie, which, like, fair. I think they knew that they couldn't sell it, but there's so much crying right now. I thought I'd broken you. Broken? Me? Oh no, Anna, just the opposite. You fixed me with your magical virgin idiot powers. He reaches out and takes my hand. You're my lifeline, he whispers, and he kisses my knuckles before pressing my palm against his. With his eyes wide and full of fear, he gently tugs my hand and places it on his chest over his heart, in the forbidden zone. His breathing quickens. His heart is beating a frantic, pounding tattoo beneath my fingers. He doesn't take his eyes off mine. His jaw tense, his teeth clenched. I gasp. Oh, my 50. He's letting me touch him. And it's like all the air in my lungs has vaporized. Gone. The blood is pounding in my ears as the rhythm of my heart rises to match his. Ugh. That's better. Is this gonna lead to, like, bad sex again? He releases my hand, leaving it in place over his heart. I flex my fingers slightly, feeling the warmth of his skin beneath the thin fabric of his shirt. Ugh. Okay, I blame the rain for how stiffly I am. Wait, it was like threatening the thunder all day, and then like an hour ago, it finally pours. No, he says quickly and places his hand over mine once more. Pressing my fingers against him. Don't. Emboldened by these two words, I shuffle closer so our knees are touching, and tentatively raise my other hand so he knows exactly what I intend to do. His eyes grow wider, but he doesn't stop me. Gently, I start to undo the buttons on his shirt. It's tricky with one hand. I flex my fingers beneath my hand and he lets go, allowing me to use both hands to undo his shirt. My eyes don't leave his as I pull the shirt wide open, revealing his chest. He swallows, and his lips part as his breathing increases, and I sense his rising panic. But he doesn't pull away. Is he still in sub mode? I have no idea. Should I do this? I don't want to hurt him, physically or mentally. The sight of him like this, offering himself to me, has been a wake up call. For what? Ugh. I think this might be like this is up there with my most hated scenes. All of this freaking hot garbage. Yeah, it's up there. I reach up and my hand hovers over his chest and I stare at him, asking his permission. Very subtly, he tilts his head to one side, steeling himself in anticipation of my touch. The tension radiates from him, but this time it's not in anger. It's in fear. I hesitate. Can I really do this to him? Oh my god. What is that cough? Yes, he breathes, again with the weird ability to answer my unspoken question. I extend my fingertips into his chest hair and lightly brush them down his sternum. He closes he closes his eyes and his face creases as if he's experiencing intolerable pain. It's unbearable to witness, so I lift my fingers immediately. But he quickly grabs my hand and replaces it firmly, flat on his bare chest, so the hair tickles my palm. Okay, 1 second. I need to, like, blow my nose so very, very hard. Be right back. That's better. You can kind of breathe. Uh, no, he says, his voice strained. I need to. His eyes are screwed up so tightly. This must be agony. It's truly tormenting to watch. It's truly tormenting to read. Carefully, I let my fingers stroke across his chest to his heart, marveling at the feel of him, terrified that this is a step too far. He opens his eyes and they're gray fire, blazing at me. Holy cow. His look is blistering, feral, beyond intense, and his breathing is rapid. It stirs my blood. I squirm under his gaze. So he's having a panic attack, is what it's sounding like. He hasn't stopped me, so I run my fingers across his chest again. His mouth goes slack. He's panting, and I don't know if it's from fear or something else. I'm willing to bet there's a dash or two of something else in there. This is definitely leading to sex. I've wanted to kiss him there for so long that I lean up on my knees and hold his gaze for a moment, making my intention perfectly clear. Then I bend and gently plant a soft kiss above his heart, feeling his warmth, sweet smelling skin, his warm, sweet smelling skin beneath my lips. Ew. His strangled groan moves me so much that I sit back on my heels, fearful of what I'll see on his face. His eyes are screwed tightly shut, but he hasn't moved. Again, he whispers, and I lean onto his chest once more, this time kiss one of his scars. He gasps, and I kiss another, and another. He groans loudly, and suddenly his arms are around me. His hand is in my hair, pulling my head up painfully so that my lips meet his insistent mouth. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it was. Yeah, we're kissing. My fingers knotting in his hair. Oh, Anna, he breathes, and he twists and pulls me down onto the floor so that I'm beneath him. I bring my hands up to cup his beautiful face, and in that moment I feel his tears. He's crying. No, no. Christian, please don't cry. I meant it when I said I'd never leave you. I did. If I gave you any other impression, I'm so sorry. Please, please forgive me. I love you. I will always love you. Notice how she's gone from mad to like begging to stay in his presence now. This is reading like very Khan in Space Seed, not the movie, the episode where with MacGyver's where he like threatens to throw her out of his quarters and then literally makes her beg to stay and forces her on her knees and like he literally like twists her hands and hurts her. Yeah, that scene did not age well. I wonder if anybody ever asked I forget his name, but the actor who played Khan like 20 years later about the like domestic violence vibes of that scene. I'd be really curious if anyone ever asked him or what he said. He looms over me, gazing down into my face, and his expression is so pained. What is it? His eyes grow larger. What's this secret that makes you think I'll run for the hills? That makes you so determined to believe I'll go? I plead, my voice tumultuous. Tell me, Christian, please. He sits up, though this time he crosses his legs and I follow suit, my legs outstretched. Vaguely, I wonder if I can get off the floor, but I don't want to interrupt his train of thought. He's finally going to confide in me. He gazes down at me and he looks utterly desolate. Oh shit, it's bad. Like at this point, what could he possibly that she doesn't already know? Like seriously, unless he's about to tell her where like 10 of his submissives are buried. Like what could Anna? He pauses, searching for the words, his expression pained. Where the hell is this going? He takes a deep breath and swallows. I'm a sadist, Anna. I like to whip little brown haired girls like you because they look like the crack whore, my birth mother. I'm sure you can guess why. He says it in a rush as if he's had this sentence in his head for days and days and is desperate to be rid of it. My world stops. Oh, no. She didn't know this? I feel like he told her this. I feel like he has literally told her this before. Like I know it from like the first book and the fact that I know I've seen the movies and it's in there. It, like what? This is dumb. For this again, this to be the secret is stupid. Ugh. This is not what I expected. This is bad. Really bad. I gaze at him, trying to understand the implication of what he just said. It does explain why we all look the same. My immediate thought is that Layla was right. Master is dark. I recall the first conversation I had with him about his tendencies when we were in the Red Room of Pain. You said you weren't a sadist. Yeah, this is true. So he lied. He literally straight out lied. I whispered, desperately trying to understand. Make some excuse for him. Stop doing that. No, I said I was a dominant. If I lied to you, it was a lie of omission. I'm sorry. Bullshit! Bull fucking shit! You knew exactly what you were doing, and you didn't want her to run right then by saying you were a sadist. So you lied. You straight up lied, dude. Just own it. He looks briefly down at his manicured fingernails. I think he's mortified. Mortified about lying to me? Or about what he is? Seriously, like he should have just told her he was a serial killer. Then this reaction makes sense. Being told somebody is a sadist does not warrant this reaction. I have known many sadists. I certainly have sadistic tendencies myself. But, like, This is not the response to and seriously, like she couldn't have figured that out. Again, I feel like she knew all of this. I feel like none of this is a revelation. I think he's told her all of this before, or it's so obvious that, like, I mean, I know she's stupid, but for real. Oh, I'm tired. And I slept, like, in today. I should not be tired at all. I'm gonna blame the weather for the tired. And I've lost my space. When you asked me that question, I'd envisioned a very different relationship between us, he murmurs. I can tell by his gaze that he's terrified. Then it hits me like a wrecking ball. If he's a sadist, he really needs all that whipping and caning shit. Oh, fuck. I put my head in my hands. Okay, needs is a little strong. He's not like a crack addict who's going to go into withdrawal without it, but I get what they're going for, but again, it's so heavy-handed and it's so dumb and am my shirt inside out? No. It's true, I whisper, glancing up at him. I can't give you what you need. This is it. This really does mean we're incompatible. Well, at least the book got there eventually. It took like 800 pages to get to them figuring that out when it was the most obvious thing in the world from the beginning. The world starts falling away at my feet, collapsing around me as panic grips my throat. This is it. We can't do this. He frowns. No, 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 Anna. No, you can. You do give me what I need. And yeah, this is what I'm saying. I'm just easing you into all the rest. In another month, you'll be fine with the whipping and the caning. Trust me. I don't know what to believe, Christian. This is so fucked up. No, actually, it's not. This is not at all fucked up. This is actually pretty tame. I whisper, my throat hoarse and aching as it closes in, choking me with unshed tears. His eyes are wide and luminous when he looks at me again. Anna, believe me, after I punished you and you left me, my world view changed. I wasn't joking when I said I would avoid ever feeling like that again. Yeah, nah. That's not gonna happen. He's always gonna have those urges. If that's the way his sexuality is wired, that's the way he's wired. So, yes, there is a degree to which that is what he needs, and that's not gonna go away. Like, I'm not saying he can't deny himself those impulses for the rest of his life. I'm just saying it would suck. He gazes at me with pained entreaty. When you said you loved me, it was a revelation. No one's ever said it to me before. I press X to doubt. I'm pretty sure Layla, like, or some of the others definitely would have said it. I mean, maybe you didn't hear them, but. And it was as if I'd laid something to rest. Or maybe you'd laid it to rest. I don't know. Dr. Flynn and I are still in deep discussion about it. Yes, it's terrible therapist. It's absolutely the worst. And apparently very overpaid. Oh, hope flares briefly in my heart. Perhaps we'll be okay. I want us to be okay, don't I? What does all that mean? I whisper. It means I don't need it. Not now. Yeah, this is true right now, but give it 6 months. What? How do you know? How can you be so sure? I just know. The thought of hurting you, in any real way, is abhorrent to me. And yet he does it all the time. I don't understand. What about rules and spanking and all that kinky fuckery? That phrase needs to die. He runs a hand through his hair and almost smiles, but instead sighs ruefully. I'm talking about heavy shit, Anastasia. You should see what I can do with a cane or a cat. Okay, really should have written the whole word cat of nine tails, because I know that he's referring to a cat of nine tails, which is a type of whip for anyone who doesn't know. But when it just says what I can do with a cane or a cat, I'm just saying, if you type that into an AI, you're gonna get cat memes. Does anyone else ever pull up those chat GPT or the like? There's so many copies of it. And just put in the most random shit you can think of just to see what it will do. I tend to do it. I tend to ask it to like write scenes that would never happen in a TV show, like in Star Trek TNG, this scene, and then make it write it. It's actually pretty good at like formatting a script, which I was surprised at. Um, and there's some things it won't do, like it has limits, but there's ways around the limits. They're pretty poorly programmed. Plus, I keep hearing that there's like a hack to make Chat GPT like write X-rated stuff because it won't do that. It won't write like murder or like sex or stuff or anything like threatening. It won't do that. And I heard there's a way to like jailbreak it. Snippy, 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 snippy. That's not what I'm typing. All right, where are we? How many pages do we have left? Yeah, we are almost through this chapter already. Wow. And this is like an average sized chapter. We're just making really good time. But that's because I'm talking to myself. So that cuts down on the interaction time when nobody is saying anything in the chat. Maybe we'll have an early night. We'll see. I was seriously hoping for another duck. Just because I want Ralph to have a friend. He's all lonely on his stage all by himself. Itchy. Where were we? Oh yeah, cat. Really should have written the whole word. My mouth drops open, stunned. I'd rather not. I know. If you wanted to do that, then fine. But you don't, and I get that. No, he doesn't. He does not get that at all. He does not get that at all. This whole scene just blech. Like this like emotional fake emotional shit is more vomit inducing than the blowjob scene where he drowned her. Hello, persnickety. We were just discussing sadism actually. Because you missed the grand revelation of Christian Grey of getting on his knees because she's threatening to leave, so he faked her out by pretending to submit to her and getting in the submissive pose. Then she cried a lot and went from being mad at him to literally begging to stay with him. If you know the scene in Space Seed with Khan and MacGyver's where he forces her to her knees, that scene. No, we are masochists. This is true. We are. Yeah. See, I really do hit all the letters in BDSM because there's two ways you can write it, but bondage, discipline, sadomasochism. I check all four of those boxes because I can definitely be a sadist. I can be quite twisted and mean, and I definitely enjoy other people's pain. You know, actual pain, not like emotional pain. That sucks, but. Well, enjoy other people's pain if I'm the one inflicting it primarily. Though watching other there are videos that are good. Though it is getting so hard to find like non-vanilla porn on the internet. Even Pornhub is so messed up these days. Like the things that it'll like put up that stupid warning screen for searching are utterly ridiculous. Some of them don't even make any sense as to why it would be any kind of a warning. And then they have that content anyway. It's there. They just made it a little harder to find, but it's still there. Like, it's ridiculous. And seriously, you're Pornhub. Who in the hell are you trying to. You think anybody can. Oh, persnickety, I should show you. You didn't see our new stage. Ralph has been upgraded. He's still got his rainbows, his glittery gem rainbows. But look, Look, he's got gold maple leaf pattern and it's all shiny. He likes it. See, he's saying, yes, I like it. I'm very lonely on my stage all by myself, but I have room for friends and now it's very pretty and shiny. And it had to go with gold, of course, because the ducks are important. They get gold. Actually came out better than I thought because I literally just cut a stencil out of a piece of paper and used a piece of kitchen sponge to sponge paint it and then like streak it with a brush. So it came out nice for being a project that cost 0 cents and was made with whatever I could find around the house. But this is why you stockpile crafting supplies. For when you have a crazy stupid idea like this, you have stuff to make it out of. So he revealed the big secret that he likes to whip little brown-haired girls. That was his words, little brown-haired girls, because they remind him of his dead mother, and he takes out his anger at her by beating them. This was a big shocking revelation. Then that he told her he actually is a sadist after saying, "Oh yeah, when I told you I wasn't a sadist before, I was lying." But also he like made some excuse to say he wasn't lying. He's like, "It was a lie of omission." No, you bold-faced lied to her. If you wanted to do that, then fine. I can't do all that shit with you if you don't want to. And I've told you before, you have all the power. And now, since you came back, I don't feel that compulsion at all. Yeah, that's temporary. It'll come back. I gape at him for a moment, trying to take all this in. When we met, that's what you wanted, though. Yes, undoubtedly. Yes. Yes, that's what he still wants. He's just literally deluding himself into thinking that he doesn't need it right now because he wants you to stay. But those urges will come back. He's just buying time to ease her into it. He reminds me very much. There's an episode of season 1. Yeah, I believe it's the season finale of season 1 of Law and Order SVU. It's called Slaves. Um Terrific episode. That episode's from like 1999, so it's way before these books ever existed, but the guy in it is very much like Christian Grey. Like if they were going to do an SVU episode of Christian Grey, and they did do an SVU episode of these books many 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 seasons later, because it's like 15 years later. But the guy in that episode always since reading these has it reminds me 100% of Christian Grey in the way that he looks and the way that he acts and his the crimes that are revealed in the history. He very much is. They somehow envisioned the character of Christian Grey before these books existed because it fits very 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 well. There's even a brown haired girl too. Oh, that's right. Both of his submissives are brown haired slender girls. They are. Huh. Huh. Maybe E.L. James watched a stud show. And he's like a corporate executive, high powered guy too. With a blonde assistant. Okay, now I'm wondering if she just ripped that episode off. I never went over it completely before now, but yeah, there's a lot of similarities between that episode. Yeah, season 1, episode 22, 21 or 22. It's the last one. It's the season finale. But yeah, it's really good. Yeah, it's one of my favorite episodes. It's one of the ones I'll put on and just watch. How can your compulsion just go, Christian? Like I'm some kind of panacea, and you're, for want of a better word, cured? I don't get it. Yeah, he is talking as if like he got cured of cancer or something. He sighs once more. I wouldn't say cured. You don't believe me. No, and she shouldn't because this is bullshit. I just find it unbelievable, which is different. No, it's not. Okay, you could kind of argue that it is like having finding something unbelievable is different than saying I don't believe you. You're stretching, you're pushing the line there. If you'd never left me, then I probably wouldn't feel this way. Your walking out on me was the best thing you ever did. For us. It made me realize how much I want you. Just you. And I mean it when I say I'll take you any way I can have you. He'll take her all right. He's literally twice in this book she's been picked up and carried somewhere against her will. And she's okay with it now. I gaze at him. Can I believe this? My head hurts just trying to think all this through. And deep down I feel numb. You're still here. I thought you would be out the door by now, he whispers. Why? Because I think you're a sicko for whipping and fucking women who look like your mother? Whatever would give you that impression? I hiss, lashing out. This is not like okay. Most guys probably will not come right out and say like I have mommy issues and therefore this. But seriously, in terms of like creepy relationship stuff, this is not that high up there. At least not for me. Okay, just checking something. Sorry if it's lagging for a minute. Um. Oh no. You ever sniff and it feels like you got pool water up your nose? Ah. Ah. Weird. Oh, I hate that feeling. Uh. Okay. Ugh. Oh, that made my eyes water. Who is freaking banging this time of night? There's some kind of like plumbing or something going on nearby. They were at it till like 8 o'clock last night. Ugh. It's like people are trying to have quiet time. It's noisy enough during the day. And somehow they've been like making such a racket all week and yet there's like no progress. Like I don't think they've actually accomplished a damn thing in like 2 weeks. I swear. And we're getting into like almost October. It's like 10 days from being October and like nothing is done. Yet they're supposed to be done in like 2 months. Right. They don't even have like the railings or the panels on site yet. So I'm like, are they back ordered or something? Because they should be putting those on about now. I watched them do it across the street. I know the timing. And they had the railings in, for that one laying on the lawn for months before they started installing them. I kind of wondered why and was surprised like nobody stole them honestly because they're laying out there like there's nobody guarding them or anything. He blanches at my harsh words. Well, I wouldn't have put it quite like that, but yes, he says, his eyes wide and hurt. He doesn't really have the right to be hurt right now, and like that is clearly exactly what he was thinking that she would say. So this should not be surprising. That's what he thinks. His expression is sobering, and I regret my outburst. I frown, feeling a pang of guilt. Oh, what am I going to do? I gaze at him, and he looks contrite, sincere. He looks like my 50. Okay, seriously, that's the worst nickname ever. Stop it. And unbidden, I recall the photograph in his childhood bedroom, and in that moment realize why the woman in it looked so familiar. She looked like him. She must have been his biological mother. His easy dismissal of her comes to mind. No one of consequence. Yeah, that's seriously, that was dumb when she let that go because it's like, this is his childhood bedroom. There's one photograph in the entire room. And when she asks about it, he's like, nobody who matters. And it's like, then why do you have their picture? Why is it prominently displayed? Like, is it so you could stare at it and rage while jerking off? Because I think he definitely did that as a teenager. She's responsible for all this, and I look like her. Fuck. He stares at me, eyes raw, and I know he's waiting for my next move. He seems genuine. He said he loves me, but I'm really confused. This is also fucked up. He reassured me about Layla, but now I know, with more certainty than ever, how he was able to, how she was able to give him his kicks. The thought is wearying and unpalatable. Yeah, he beat the hell out of her while fucking her. You know this. He's done this to you. You've seen it. Again, none of this should be coming as a surprise to her. And I seriously feel like he told her about the, I like to beat girls who look like my mother thing before. I swear he told her before. So the idea that this is like, they're treating this like, again, if he had actually admitted to being the serial killer that we all secretly know he is, that makes sense for this reaction. None of this makes sense. None of this. And also, why was so very much of this cut out of the movie? Seriously. I think the out of the last like 5 chapters, there's maybe 30 seconds of it. And the movie is not short. They're all like 2 hours. They have room for stuff and they spend so much time doing nothing. It's like you could have actually had some meat to it for a second instead of just pure fluff. And yes, I know it's like, finding a piece of steak under a pile of Cool Whip, but Persnickety, would Sasha be interested in finding a piece of steak under a pile of Cool Whip? Which would she like more, the meat or the Cool Whip? Christian, I'm exhausted. Can we discuss this tomorrow? I want to go to bed. He blinks at me in surprise. You're not going? Do you want me to go? No. I thought you would leave once you knew. All the times he's alluded to my leaving once I knew his dark secret flashed through my mind. And now I know. Shit. Master is dark. Okay, again, none of this is news to her. None of this. This is so bullshit. This is the most forced contrite crap ever. None of this is news to her. Nor should it be. Nor is any of it that shocking. Like, somebody tells me this stuff. Like, I literally told somebody like a month ago that they were a sadist. They're a lot younger than me. They're still figuring their shit out, but you're discussing likes and etc. And I'm like, yeah, you're definitely a sadist. If those are your biggest turn ons, you're a sadist. Embrace it. You'll have a lot more fun. Should I leave? I gaze at him, this crazy man that I'm in love with. Yes, love. Can I leave him? No. I've left him once before and it nearly broke me. And him. Yeah, I don't. Does it even count as leaving somebody if you've been on like 2 dates and have known each other for all of a week and a half? Like, does that even count? I love him. I know that in spite of this revelation. Don't leave me, he whispers. Like, he's 100% like trauma bombing her and love bombing her at the same time, which is why she's like ridiculously confused, but also is the biggest pushover ever. Because, like, she's in the span of like an hour, she's gone from being incredibly pissed off that he basically was like, in her mind, she acted like he was cheating on her with Layla because she saw him dominate another woman. And it's like, it literally, it was treated like as if she'd walked in on him banging Layla. And it's like, are you serious? And then you want to have all this crap, like, oh. Freaking stipples. Oh, for crying out loud, no, I'm not going to go. I shout, and it's cathartic. There, I've said it. I'm not leaving. He would not have let her go. He would have physically blocked the elevator before he'd let her go. Really? His eyes widen. What can I do to make you understand I will not run? What can I say? And it wouldn't matter if you did, because he definitely has air tags implanted in all of your shoes. He gazes at me, revealing his fear and anguish again. He swallows. There's one thing you can do. What? I snap. Marry me, he whispers. I forgot that this is how he proposes. I should have seen this coming. Because him proposing is it's literally an act of possession. It's literally his answer to how do I make myself not afraid that you will leave? Marry me, because then I own you legally, or at least that's what he's thinking, and you can't leave me. Like, honey, divorce is a thing. I'm just saying, this is a horrible reason to get engaged. I'm horribly insecure, we're completely incompatible, and I'm terrified that you're going to leave me because I'm a monster. Marry me! What? Did he really just. For the second time in less than a half an hour, my world stops. Holy fuck. I stare at the deeply damaged man that I love. I can't believe what he's just said. Marriage? He's proposing marriage? Is he kidding? I can't help it. Yeah, no, that would be my answer. I'd be like, are you out of your mind? We've known each other 6 weeks, and you're in. I'm taking the book at face value here, even though I don't agree with it. You're in an incredibly emotional place. You're having a bit of a mental breakdown. Like, you're terrified I'm going to leave you, so you're doing this out of being possessive, because anybody knows this. This is not the time to be saying, will you marry me? So let's just go to bed. We're going to pretend you never said that. I can't help it. A small, nervous, disbelieving giggle erupts from deep inside. I bite my lip to stop from turning into full-scale hysterical laughter and fail miserably. I lie back flat on the floor and surrender myself to the laughter, laughing as I've never laughed before. Huge, healing, cathartic howls of laughter. Not really the response you want to "Will you marry me?" is somebody literally laying on the floor and howling with laughter like a toddler. And for a moment, I'm on my own, looking down at this absurd situation. A giggling, overwhelmed girl beside a beautiful, disturbed boy. See, that should have been the tagline. I drape my arm across my eyes as my laughter turns into scalding tears. No, no, this is too much. They do. They both do suck. This is true. They're both in their ways horrible people. And no, this is not helping his damage to have her laughing when he says that. No, this is not going to help. And also, like, book alludes to so many of his psychological issues, which are real issues, um, that somebody with his background would have, and yet, like, abandonment issues. That's clearly where 90% of his bullshit comes from. That's what this is. He's got abandonment issues because of mommy dying, and her leaving was a massive trigger because of that. I have abandonment issues. I'm like that. I get upset if people hang up the phone too quickly or don't say goodbye. That fucking triggers my abandonment shit. There's all kinds of little shit that does that. Why hanging up the phone and not like an unreturned text or something? I have no idea. No idea why half my things that are triggers are triggers. That's not the point. Some of them I know because some of them are obvious. Like, after the car accident for like 6 months, I'd like tense up and start to panic every time I heard a car horn or tires screeching. That went on for years. Like, I'm generally fine with it now unless it's really close by. But yeah, for years I would start to panic hearing those sounds. And I don't remember the car accident that I was in. I never have. But somewhere in my brain does because those things would make me like start to panic when I was like 11. I also did the random screaming like a banshee thing in a car that almost caused a couple people to get in an accident because yeah, when the kid in the car just randomly shrieks like a banshee to high heaven super loud out of nowhere. It's very startling, I'm told. Now, I've never heard it because it's a dissociation thing, but And the weird thing is, I'm the second female in my family to do that. My aunt did that after her car accident when she was like 20, because it happened on a bridge and she nearly went off. So for the next like 3 years, according to multiple members of my family, every time that they would be driving, she didn't drive after that for like over 15 years. Not until they moved to the burbs and had 3 kids, and she literally had to drive. She didn't drive for a very, very long time after that. So she'd be in the car with the guy who would become her husband, and every time they'd cross a bridge, she would literally scream bloody murder as soon as they got on the bridge and until they were off it, and then have absolutely no memory of doing it. It's like, yeah, this is why you should have gone to therapy. She never did. Uh, As the hysteria subsides, Christian gently lifts my arm off my face, and I turn and gaze up at him. He's leaning over me, his mouth twisted with wry amusement. His eyes are burning gray, maybe wounded. Oh no. Yeah, you think? You think that was a poor way to respond? He gently wipes away a stray tear with the back of his knuckles. You find my proposal amusing, Miss Steele? Oh, he's back in full. Yep, he's back in I'm big swinging dick mode. Oh, 50. Reaching up, I caress his cheek tenderly, enjoying the feel of the stubble beneath my fingers. Lord, I love this man. Why? Mr. Gray, Christian, your sense of timing is without doubt. What does that even mean? I gaze up at him as words fail me. He smirks at me, but the crinkling around his eyes shows me that he's hurt. It's sobering. You're cutting me to the quick here, Anna. Will you marry me? So he's serious, because of course he is, because this will fix it, because then I will own her and I will no longer feel fear of her that she's going to leave, because she can't leave me because I own her. I sit up and lean over him, placing my hands on his knees. I stare into his lovely face. Christian, I've met your psycho ex with a gun, been thrown out of my apartment, had you go thermonuclear 50 on me. Yeah, no, you haven't, because again, he did not show you the worst, honey, not even close. I think he should have done considerably more to have that reaction, but book is stupid. He opens his mouth to speak, but I hold up my hand. He obediently shuts his mouth. You've just revealed some frankly shocking information about yourself, and now you've asked me to marry you. He moves his head from side to side as if considering the facts. He's amused, thank heavens. Yes, I think it's a fair and accurate summary of the situation, he says dryly. I shake my head at him. Whatever happened to delayed gratification? I got over it, and now I'm a firm advocate of instant gratification. Carpe diem, Anna, he whispers. In other words, I'm a little boy, and I want what I want when I want it, and I want it now. Look, Christian, I've known you for about 3 minutes, and there's so much more I need to know. I've had too much to drink, I'm hungry, I'm tired, and I want to go to bed. I need to consider your proposal just as I considered that contract you gave me. And I pressed my lips together to show my displeasure, but also to lighten the mood between us. That wasn't the most romantic proposal. This is true. He tilts his head to one side and his lips quirk up in a smile. Fair point, well made as ever, Miss Steele. He breathes, his voice laced with relief. So that's not a no. I sigh. No, Mr. Gray, it's not a no. But it's not a yes either. You're only doing this because you're scared and you don't trust me. No, I'm doing this because I finally met someone I want to spend the rest of my life with. However briefly that is, because he's going to murder her within a year. Oh, my heart skips a beat, and inside I melt. How is it that in the middle of the most bizarre situation he can say the most romantic things? My mouth pops open in shock. That's really not that romantic. It's a pretty, like, standard answer to why do you want to marry me? Yeah, that's. I think Forrest Gump could come up with that. I think he did. You know what I found watching like people reacting to Forrest Gump who haven't seen it? A lot of people are very anti Jenny. Like, I understand why, because she is kind of toxic, but I've always been pro Jenny. Like, I just and she's such a sad, like, tragic character. She really is. And by the way, that scene where she's on the balcony and she's like thinking of like unaliving herself, she really did stand up on that real balcony and there was nothing holding on to her. She did that for real. Which, like, I don't know how she got talked into that or how they got away with it, but somebody needs to talk to them because, oh god. Where are we? I never thought that would happen to me. He continues, his expression radiating pure undiluted sincerity. That sounds like something that you would find in Snape's like store cupboard little vial that just says pure undiluted sincerity for when be like used for when you pissed off your girlfriend and are trying to get back in her good graces. You know the Wizarding World would have some shit like that. There absolutely would be those kind of potions. Or like something called instant forgiveness. The fact that like liquid luck exists is such a fucked up thing when you think it through. I gape at him, searching for the right words. Can I think about it? Please? And think about everything else that's happened today? What you've just told me? You asked for patience and faith. Well, back at you, Gray. I need those now. His eyes search mine, and after a beat, he leans forward and tucks my hair behind his ear. I can live with that. He kisses me quickly on the lips. Not very romantic, eh? He raises his eyebrows, and I give him an admonishing shake of my head. Hearts and flowers, he asks softly. I nod, and he gives me a slight smile. You're hungry? Yes. You didn't eat. His eyes frost and his jaw hardens. No, I didn't eat. I sit back on my heels and regard him passively. Being thrown out of my apartment after witnessing my boyfriend interacting intimately with his ex submissive considerably suppressed my appetite. I glare at him and fist my hands on my hips. Christian shakes his head and rises gracefully to his feet. Oh, finally, we can get off the floor. He holds his hand out to me. Let me fix you something to eat, he says. Can't I just go to bed? I mutter warily as I place my hand in his. He pulls me up. I am stiff. He gazes down at me, his expression soft. No, you need to eat. Come. Bossy Christian is back, and it's a relief. Right? I think it is. I don't think you have to say both. Pure does, yeah, it tends to mean it's pure its form, it's concentrated, you know, it's there. I am keeping an eye out for Thomas hunting the duck, which he is doing, by the way. He's Ralph overboard! Oh no! Ducky down! Okay, yeah. The kitty has seen Ralph and he definitely wants to eat Ralph, okay? Every time I have I've had to start putting the ducks in a cupboard that he can't open because he thinks that they are cat toys and something for him to chew on and bat around. I've tried explaining to him that they're not cat toys. He disagreed. Yes, that's a very good example. So I'm keeping an eye out for the kitty. Is he on his box? No, he's not. No, he's probably in the sink. Oh no, I have stuff in the sink. He was mad at me earlier because I have stuff in the sink, so he's probably on the couch. Uh, no, he has been giving the table box some love. He's been rolling around in it and rubbing his face on the edges and leaving pieces of his fur in it. So I think the table box is going to be there for a while. I really was just literally stacking up boxes to take them down to the recycling, and he just jumped in it and was like, "Mine. You can get rid of the rest, but not this one." He leads me to the kitchen area and ushers me towards a bar stool as he heads to the fridge. I glance at my watch and it's nearly 11:30 and I have to get up for work in the morning. Christian, I'm really not hungry. He studiously ignores me as he ferrets through the enormous fridge. Cheese? He asks. Not at this hour. Pretzels? In the fridge? No. I snap. Why do you have pretzels in the fridge? Ew. And I don't even know if he means like the crunchy pretzels or like the soft like bread pretzels. Either way, ew. The pretzel sticks are fucking good. I actually like pretzel sticks over pretzels. Oh, question for the chat. Do you have hickory sticks where you live? They might be Canadian, I'm not sure. Is what my kitchen? Oh, because there's a toaster beside me? No, it's just I make toast in the morning at my desk sometimes. Um, so that's why the toaster is there. Plus, my kitchen has like no counter space, so it's easier to have the toaster in here. It'd be better if I had a smaller microwave. My microwave's like ancient, so it's huge. So it takes up like what counter space that there is. I thought about putting a coffee maker out here too, so I could just do toast and coffee in the morning without having to mess up my kitchen. He turns and grins at me. You don't like pretzels? Not at 11:30. Christian, I'm going to bed. You can rummage around in your fridge for the rest of the night if you want. I'm tired. I've had far too interesting a day. A day I'd like to forget. I'm not sure I would call it interesting. You had quite the harrowing day. Sniffles. I slide off the bar stool and he scowls at me, but right now I don't care. I want to go to bed. I'm exhausted. Macaroni and cheese? He holds up a white bowl lidded with foil. He looks hopeful and endearing. You like macaroni and cheese? I ask. She literally just said no to cheese because it's too late at night. Like, I'm not sure why it's too late for cheese. I don't understand this, but of course he's then trying to force feed her something with cheese. He nods enthusiastically and my heart melts. He looks so young all of a sudden. Who would have thought Christian Grey likes nursery food? Hey! Macaroni and cheese is not just for babies. I eat mac and cheese like once a week. It's quick, it's easy to make, and it's good lunch. Especially if you only have like a 30-minute lunch break. Mac and cheese will do it. You want some? He asked, sounding hopeful. I can't resist him, and I'm hungry. 2 seconds ago you were going to bed. Continue going to bed. Like, this is so ridiculous but we knew this was going to happen because like literally whatever he says she will do even when she directly says she's going to do something else. I nod and give him a weak smile. His answering grin is breathtaking. He takes the foil off the bowl and pops it into the microwave. I perch back on the stool and watch the beauty that is Mr. Christian Grey, the man who wants to marry me, move gracefully and with ease around his kitchen. Am I a horrible person for saying I would marry him just for the money? Because like we all know this is not going to last, but at least you'll be obscenely wealthy when it ends. I'm not above it at all. Not at all. I've often said if I had the body for it, I'd be a sugar baby. Uh-huh. So you know how to use the microwave then? I teased softly. If it's in a packet, I can usually do something with it. It's real food I have a problem with. I cannot believe this is the same man who was on his knees in front of me not a half hour before. He's his usual mercurial self. He sets out plates, cutlery, and placemats on the breakfast bar. It's very late, I mutter. Don't go to work tomorrow. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I have to go to work tomorrow. My boss is leaving for New York. Christian frowns. Do you want to go there this weekend? I checked the weather forecast and it looks like rain, I say, shaking my head. Oh, so what do you want to do? The microwave ping announces that our supper is warmed through. I just want to get through one day at a time right now. All this excitement is tiring. Yeah, my boss is going on the New York trip that you sabotaged me from going on. Thanks for that. I raise an eyebrow at him, which he judiciously ignores. Christian places the white bowl in between our place settings and takes his seat beside me. He looks deep in thought, distracted. I dish the macaroni onto our plates. It smells divine, and my mouth waters in anticipation. I am famished. You know who has some freaking good mac and cheese? What's the place I'm trying to think of? Uh I was gonna say you said Maris, but they have cheese capelletti, which is also awesome. It's one of the few like vegetarian meals I really like. It's awesome. It's definitely my go-to there. There's only like one that's really far from me, so I haven't been there in a minute. But that's one of those places I wish like they do deliver, but they're so expensive. Like I don't know why entrees at East Side Maris are like $35. It's ridiculous. Like they were worth it a long time ago, but not now. What is the place I'm trying to flip and think of that has really, really flippin' good mac and cheese? Is it Tracy's? Am I thinking of Tracy's? I might be. There's a local place called Tracy's. They have exceptionally good food. Again, they're expensive, so I don't eat there often, but well, they're not really expensive. They're just really far, and like everything's different when you have to calculate delivery and stuff. But they do have amazing food. They have the best. They have an apple crisp that is like to die for. It is so flippin' good. They're also one of only two places I know that does good matzo sticks. I'm very picky about matzo sticks, and they have currently I gotta say they probably have the best that I know of. Like if they were closer, I'd probably like go there frequently, but they're like an hour away. Sorry about Layla, he murmurs. Why are you sorry? Because he put you in mortal danger? The macaroni tastes as good as it smells. My stomach grumbles gratefully. This is gonna make me like make mac and cheese at like midnight, isn't it? Do I have mac and cheese? I think I do. Yeah, I do. Yeah? Maybe that's hamburger helper. I don't know. There's some kind of noodles in my cupboard that I will make later. It must have been a terrible shock for you, finding her in your apartment. Taylor swept through it earlier himself. He's very upset. I don't blame Taylor. Neither do I. He's been out looking for you. Really? Why? I didn't know where you were. You left your purse, your phone. I couldn't even track you. This just broke me. I'm sorry, my brain just went snap. I couldn't even track you. Like, that's a common fucking thing that people do to each other. I cannot even. I couldn't even stalk you illegally. just so we can have it locked on our global position at all times. I swear to God. And he has like a communication tech company, so they definitely have satellites. Something's gone wrong in my head. Oh, I only had one glass of wine. One. Oh. And with that, I'm pouring in a second glass for the evening because Jesus, I don't know why that broke me. I don't know why I can't stop laughing right now, but I can't. Oh my God. Oh. Oh my God. Oh dear God. I'm awake, really. I should not be at all tired. I mean, yeah, I was up till like 6 a.m. last night, but I also slept till like noon. Ah, uh, trying to go slow on the vino because I want to do some writing later. I'm making progress with part 5. It's coming along. I don't know why it's taking me so long. It really shouldn't be, but it is. I think it's because it was the part that was most clearly defined in my head from the beginning, and there's a lot of critical things in it, and I want to make sure that I'm like doing it right, kind of. And also, I had so many notes and stuff to pay off, and like this has to go here, and then as soon as I started, I immediately cut half of what was going to be in that part because it would have made it like 50 pages long. So I had to move some stuff around, but it's coming along. I had to I had to do more I had to do more research. Definitely, I'm on like some FBI watch list or some shit with the stuff I've been researching because it has to read like the reading habits of a serial killer. I swear. It's like if Google catalogs those things, I'm sure I'm on a list somewhere. Oh, I also found out I was blacklisted from a service I don't even remember using this week. It was one of those weird, stupid things. I got an email from I guess I used to use this local delivery service that I didn't even remember. And I got an email saying we have a new app and they have like a discount code and I needed something. So I was like, give this place a try. They're local. They're a small business. I want to support them. And then it didn't confirm. So I called them and was like, why didn't it confirm? And they're like, oh, because you're blacklisted on this service. And I was like, what? And they're like, yeah, like 9 years ago. And I'm like, what? I don't remember this place. I don't remember ever using this place. And I asked them like why, and she didn't. I'm curious if it was me or it wasn't because what she said was that my address is blacklisted and I didn't live here 9 years ago. I only moved in here 7 years ago. So I was wondering after thinking about it for a while because I was like, did I use this service and like had a problem with them because I don't remember them? So now I'm wondering if maybe it wasn't actually me. It was the person who lived here before me because she didn't say my name. She just said this address. So I'm wondering if it was the person before me used that service and got this address blacklisted, and that's I guess how they list their bans is by address, not by name. But it's like, okay, whatever. I'll use a different delivery place. So I think that might have been what happened because I really don't remember ever using this place. I mean, it was a long time ago. I might have, but I think I would remember anything that rose to the level of getting me like banned from a service because that's never happened. I cannot be getting sick again. Uh, I couldn't even track you. Uh, uh, Where did you go? He asks. His voice is soft, but there's an ominous. Have I not been tabbing any of these pages? I just realized I haven't folded any of these pages this entire time that have the lines that I want to, like, scream at later. That's because I'm supposed to have a highlighter and I keep forgetting. I'll make it work. Like I said, the next video of the burning the first book, which I do hope to have next week, I'm trying to up the production value, so it's taking a little longer. And we're having fire alarm testing this week, so I didn't want to set anything on fire for real. Kitty is going to be unhappy because I'm going to make the bathroom smell like smoke yet again. I think he's getting used to it now. Hello, Nightwolf! Good to see you! Aroo! Aroo! Ah. Where did you go? He asks. His voice is soft, but there's an ominous undercurrent to his words. Ethan and I just went to a bar across the street so I could watch what was happening. And really, Taylor couldn't find her in a bar across the street because, really, if you think about it, that's kind of the first place I would look for somebody after something like that is the nearest source of alcohol. Because that's where I'd be after being threatened at gunpoint. You know, I literally my school was on a lockdown due to a gun situation once. It wasn't at my school, but it was on the block. There was a halfway house on the block that was like 2 buildings over from the school, and the report was that somebody at the halfway house had robbed a local store that was like across the street from the school, and that they had done so at gunpoint and then had returned to the house. So they wound up locking down the entire street, including the school, and we got stuck there. But then word came that the SWAT team was going to be coming and setting up at the school, and I'm not somebody who can be around guns. So just the whole thing that we were having a lockdown due to a gun situation, even though it wasn't near us, was already tripping me out. And then when they said the SWAT team was kind of like, okay, I'm leaving. And they're like, you can't leave, it's lockdown. I'm like, yeah, I'm 21. I'm leaving. You can try to stop me, but I'm walking out that door, and I'm getting a friend to pick me up around the corner, so bye. Like I said, the school was not the source of anything, and it turned out the person didn't even have a gun. They locked down the entire street for a full day. I couldn't go home because I lived on the same street. I lived like literally 6 doors down from my school. I couldn't go home. So I had to go to a friend's for the rest of the day, and I remember we were watching it on the news because it was on the local news. We were watching to see like when it resolved, because for a while it looked like I was going to be spending the night at my friend's because I couldn't go home. I couldn't get back onto the street. But it let up at about like 6 o'clock, so I got to go home. But it was a very weird day. You know what sucks is I literally went into school just to turn in shit that day. I wasn't even in class that day. I didn't even have classes. I just went to drop off like a couple projects and hand them in. So I was only supposed to be there like 10 minutes. And I got caught up in that. And then I couldn't go home. Not great. I see. The atmosphere between us has changed subtly. It's no longer light. Okay, well, 2 can play at that game. Let's just bring this back to you, 50. In her head. Trying to sound nonchalant, waiting to assuage my burning curiosity, but dreading the answer, I ask, so what did you do with Layla in the apartment? She really thinks that he fucked Layla in her bed. That is what she thinks. She thinks that they were banging in her bed for hours while she was drinking with Ethan. I'm not saying that he wouldn't, because yes, he would. And yes, he would fully take advantage of a woman in Layla's condition. Absolutely. But I'm just saying I don't think he did here. Well, okay, I don't care if he did, is more the point. But the fact that she's thinking it is dumb. Like, this is not a realistic anything. But why am I looking for realism? Stop doing that. I glance up at him and he freezes with his forkful of macaroni suspended in midair. Oh no, that's not good. You really want to know? A knot tightens in my gut and my appetite vanishes. Yes, I whisper. Do you? Do you really? My subconscious has thrown her empty bottle of gin on the floor and is sitting up in her armchair, glaring at me in horror. So her subconscious is drunk. Is that even possible? Yeah, maybe on certain drugs. Uh, itchy nose. Losing my mark. Oh no. Uh, Christian's mouth flattens into a line and he hesitates. We talked, and I gave her a bath. His voice is harsh, and he continues quickly when I make no response. And I dressed her in some of your clothes. I hope you don't mind, but she was filthy. Holy fuck. He bathed her? What an inappropriate thing to do. We're calling that inappropriate? I can think of about 5,000 other way more inappropriate things. I mean, if you're objecting to he saw another woman naked, I have news for you. He's already seen her naked. I mean, again, not saying this is okay in relationship terms, but also, this is not something to get mad at. This is dumb. I'm reeling, staring down at my uneaten macaroni. The sight of it now makes me nauseous. Try to rationalize this, my subconscious coaches. That's cool. That cool intellectual part of my brain knows that he just did that because she was dirty, but it's too hard. My fragile, jealous self can't bear it. When has she ever been jealous? She has never been the jealous one. He has. She has been the what the hell did I get myself into one. Which is appropriate because. Ugh. Suddenly I want to cry. Not succumb to ladylike tears that trickle decorously down my cheeks, but howling at the moon crying. I take a deep breath to suppress the urge, but my throat is arid and uncomfortable from my unshed tears and sobs. It was all I could do, Anna, he says softly. You still have feelings for her. No, he says. He's appalled, his eyes closed, his expression one of anguish. I turn away, staring once more at my sickening food. I can't bear to look at him. Again, seriously, this is such a stupid overreaction! And this is dumb. Again, he bathed her. That's the fucking line. No, if he said he fucked her, that's the line. Then you get to act like this. But, God, this is so stupid. Like, seriously, I know E.L. James doesn't know shit about fuck about anything, but in theory, she's a human being, right? She should have some idea how basic emotions work and, like, what you react to and what you don't. Because, like, yes, also that! He did throw her away like garbage, like all of his other subs, like he told Anastasia he would do to her. Yeah, he plays with his toys until he gets bored with them and then he throws them away like garbage. He never wants to see them again, hear from them again. He just likes to, fuck them up in every possible way and then find a newer model. He's that guy. But, like, seriously, like, this is where Anastasia is having a remarkable lack of empathy or sympathy for Layla, who is the most tragic character in all of this. She's the only one I have any sympathy for at all. Because she's having a full-blown psychotic break. And Christian treated her so badly and damaged her so much that she's had suicide attempts and then became potentially homicidal as well. Certainly seems to have. And she's devolved into this, like, life-destroying spiral that she may well never escape from. And, depending on how he phrased things, she might be looking at jail time for the break and enter, the stalking, the gun, and so, like, the idea that he still has feelings for her. And, like, what would it even matter if he did? She's completely destroyed. And it's like, yeah, it's like, does Anastasia have no sympathy for this destroyed, broken person? Like, regardless of whether she wants to admit that Christian is the one who did that to her, it's like, why are you jealous or threatened by this person who is barely a person right now? They're barely alive. They're going to be in an institution for quite a long time. And yet you're, oh, like, this is so disgusting. They really are both horrible, horrible people. To see her like that, so different, so broken. I care about her, one human being to another. He shrugs it. See, persnickety, it read your mind. He shrugs as if to shake off an unpleasant memory. Geez, is he expecting my sympathy? Yes, because a normal human being would have some sympathy for this woman, especially when you are well on your way to becoming her. I mean, not that Anastasia's going to become a psychological wreck when Christian leaves her, because he's not going to leave her. He's going to kill her and bury her with the other 10. But seriously, apparently so. Where this is fucking coming from, because this is out of nowhere. This is developed in the last 20 pages. Her being a suddenly jealous bitch and having her own I will own you possessive bullshit. That is out of nowhere. This has not been built up to in any fucking way at all. Anna, look at me. I can't. I know if I do, I will burst into tears. This is just too much to absorb. Ugh! Like, do you need a fainting couch? Smelling salts? Are you having an attack of the vapors? I'm like an overflowing tank of gasoline, full beyond capacity. We could not have come up with like a better image than an overflowing tank of gasoline. Also, her British is showing because she said gasoline. Like, points for not saying petrol, which is what she would be naturally inclined to say, but also gasoline. Nobody says gasoline. It's just gas. I mean, here you say it, but that's because of like different reasons. Also, there's an actual company like called it. There's like a not a company, like a chain of gas stations that's like gasoline, and it's like with hyphens. And there's no room for any more. I simply cannot cope with any more crap. I will combust and explode, and it will be ugly if I try. Jeez. Okay, yay for knowing your limits, though we know she has no ability to enforce them. Christian caring for an ex-sub in such an intimate fashion. The image flashes through my brain. Bathing her, for fuck's sakes. Naked. A harsh, painful shudder racks my body. Seriously? 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 Fucking seriously? This is ridiculous. Anna, what? Don't. It doesn't mean anything. It was like caring for a child. A broken, shattered child, he mutters. He's right! He's being completely honest with her here, and I actually believe him right now because he's right. Layla is broken. I promise you, there was nothing, at least for him, sexy about bathing this broken doll. And also, in the condition that she's in, he wouldn't be attracted to her. He literally wouldn't. He has standards. He likes his submissives to be in like good physical shape. He likes, like he said, she was one of the things he remembers about her is she was bouncy and lively. Well, she's not like that right now, so no, he's not going to be attracted to her when she's like borderline comatose and psychotic. I know, right? That's what I'm. Yes, also that. It's like, obviously, he's seen this woman naked hundreds of times. You know, he's seen all the parts of her. Yes, he broke her. Exactly. He broke her. He knows she's broken. Like, if anything, a better response, not saying this is entirely appropriate either, would be to think he's a creep for, getting a mentally, unstable woman naked. Be more worried about what he did to her. What the hell would he know about caring for a child? This woman, this was a woman. He had a very full-on deviant sexual relationship with. Who are you calling a deviant, bitch? Shut the fuck up. Oh, this hurts. I take a deep, steadying breath, or perhaps he's referring to himself. He's the broken child. That makes more sense. Uh, no. He specifically said that she was. Or maybe it makes no sense at all. Oh, this is so fucked up. And suddenly I'm bone crushingly tired. I need sleep. Anna? I stand and take my plate to the sink and scrape its contents into the trash. Hannah, please. I whirl around and face him. Just stop, Christian. Just stop with the Anna, please. I shout at him, and my tears start to trickle down my face. She's got to be dehydrated from all the crying right now. I've had enough of this shit today. I'm going to bed. I'm tired and emotional. Now let me be. I turn on my heel and practically run to the bedroom, taking with me the memory of his wide eyed, shocked stare. Nice to know I can shock him too. I strip out of my clothes in double quick time and after rifling through his chest of drawers, drag on one of his t shirts and head for the bathroom. I gaze at myself in the mirror, hardly recognizing the gaunt, pink eyed, blotchy cheeked harridan staring back at me, and it's too much. I sink to the floor and surrender to the overwhelming emotion I can no longer contain, sobbing huge, chest wrenching sobs, finally letting my tears flow unrestrained. End of chapter. All right, we got one more, but let's take a quick break. Everybody stretch, fill up your drinks. Oh, get a snack. Oh, make sure you know where your fur babies are and that they're not destroying the house. Snickerdoodles, what's a good girl puppy up to? In a weird way. They are like, if you compare that they're both horrible people, they are weirdly well matched for each other. It's one of those cases where, like, do you really want either of them to be with somebody else? Answer no. But I will be back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, and then we will get on with chapter 15. I 100% agree. No, puppy girl's downstairs. No, she's guarding against the rabbits, is what she's doing. You should be grateful. Otherwise, your house would be full of rabbits if not for her. I'm sure that's what she thinks. Because those rabbits are just waiting for a chance to come in and steal her toys. You know it. Alrighty then. Chapter 15. Hey, Christian says gently as he pulls me into his arms. Please don't cry, Anna. Please, he begs. He's on the bathroom floor and I'm in his lap. We didn't even need to, did we even need to, consider that he would let her have 5 seconds to herself to just have a good cry? Also, who remembers having at least one breakdown in a bathroom at school, middle school or high school, where the world was just too fucking much and you just needed to sit in a stall and cry? I can remember doing that once or twice. Not even for, a particular reason. It was just, it was one of those, just everything piles up on you and it's just too much. It's like, I'm 13 and the world's too fucking much and puberty sucks. Though oddly enough, you'd think the time that I bled through my pants and somebody thought that I was dying would have made me cry. I did feel bad for that girl, and I can only imagine the conversation that happened at her house that night because her mom definitely had to do some explaining. Which, by the way, I was not the oldest person in that school. 13 was the average age of that school. This girl was only a year younger than me. She's 12. It's like, how do you not know the facts of life, at least that far, when you're 12? You're so in the zone for this happening to you any minute. Or this girl was being set up to be Carrie in the shower when she has no idea and thinks she's bleeding to death. I mean, she literally thought that I was bleeding to death. She went to the teacher crying, thinking I was dying. I get that. It's a reasonable thought when you don't know. But what the hell is somebody that age not knowing? We had probably 6 or 7 kids that got opted out of health class, which I don't think should be allowed. Especially for parents who are like, oh, it's for religious reasons. We'll tell our kids about sex when they need to know. It's like, you do understand the health class isn't teaching your kids to have sex. It's teaching them to have safe sex. It's telling them about things that you won't. I actually knew somebody who was a nurse and she was an idiot. And she's incredibly religious conservative, deeply religious nut job. And she's an actual nurse. She'd been working as a nurse off and on for 20 years. She hated it and was probably quite bad at it. But because we were discussing, it was right when the HPV vaccine came out. And we were discussing it, and she literally believed that you could only get an STD or an STI or AIDS or HPV from sleeping around. As in, not she didn't mean sleeping with random different people and having unsafe or high risk sex. She meant quantitatively. She literally thought that the way you get an STD is by having sex with multiple people, it's a cumulative effect. This is somebody who's a nurse. But I also knew another nurse, same church, older than the person I was just talking about, considerably older. She was retired at the time. She had been a nurse for about 40 years and had trained in the 50s when that was a thing. And I also learned that apparently to be in nursing school back then, you couldn't be married. I have no idea what the fuck that was about. I still find it the oddest thing. But her roommate actually got married 3 months before they finished training. And apparently all the nurses all lived in dorms. They had college-style dorms for the nursing school. And so her roommate secretly got married, had to keep it a secret for 3 months, and had to sneak back to the dorms every night for head count. So it looked like she was, I guess, still single. So she got married and didn't live with her husband for 3 months while she finished school. Which, why in the hell can't you be married if you're in nursing school in the 50s? Is it because it was the 50s? I don't know. It didn't make any sense to me. It was stupid then, stupid now. Is this? I think. Are you making a joke? Because crabs actually sounds plausible because crabs are like lice. So yeah, if you put on a hat with lice, you're gonna get lice. So crabs, I can understand being transmissible that way. If you are serious, if you're making a joke, haha. But like, you do not get chlamydia by sleeping with the 10th person. That's not how it freaking works. Um, but the retired former nurse that I'm talking about, this it something came up in the news that we wound up having a conversation where the subject of oral sex came up, and after a couple of minutes talking about this story that was in the news, I realized she doesn't know what oral sex is. This woman who is in her 60s or 70s, she was quite possibly in her 70s at the time, actually, if I'm thinking about it. Um, she didn't know what it was. She didn't know what a blowjob was specifically. So I start explaining, and the look on her face. And she's married, by the way. She's married and like grown kids, grandkids. Yeah. She has children. This is a woman who's had children. She's had sex. She's been married for like 50 years. And, and she didn't know what a blowjob was. And yet she told me herself that as a nurse, she had explained the birds and the bees to multiple people. I can only imagine what she said. Yeah, Red Lobster. They got their crabtacular summer going on. Are they really closing? I heard they were going out of business, and then like some rapper, was it Snoop Dogg or something, like tweeted about them that he's like really sad that they're closing. I'm sad that they're closing. I love Red Lobster, but I have their biscuit mix in my cupboard right now. I'm afraid to make it because I've never made it. A friend of mine used to make it, and she's not my friend anymore, so I don't have anyone to make it, and I'm afraid to do it because I'm not confident. But I have the mix. It's in my cupboard, getting stale. I don't think I have all the ingredients to make that right now because I think you have to add the cheese and like butter and milk, and I'm lacking cheese, butter, and milk at the moment. My problem is when I unexpectedly come up with a when I'm trying to make something and it's like requires eggs because I never have eggs ever. I don't eat eggs, so I never have them. So if I'm gonna bake, I like specifically will buy like 6 eggs just to bake. Oh, okay. So I can't leave her alone for literally 2 seconds just to let her cry. Putting my arms around him and weep, I put my arms around him and weep into his neck, cooing softly into my hair. He gently strokes my back and my head. I'm sorry, baby, he whispers, and that makes me cry harder and hug him tighter. We sit like this forever. Eventually, when I'm all cried out, Christian staggers to his feet, holding me, and carries me into his room where he lays me down on the bed. A few seconds later, he's beside me and the lights are off. He pulls me into his arms, hugging me tightly, and I finally drift off into a dark and troubled sleep. Ugh. She's gonna wake up without him, I'm sure of it. I awake with a jolt. My head is fuzzy and I'm too warm. Christian is wrapped around me like a vine. Okay, I was wrong. He grumbles in his sleep as I slip out of his arms, but he doesn't wake. Sitting up, I glance at the alarm clock. It's 3 in the morning. I need an Advil and a drink. I swing my legs out of the bed and make my way to the kitchen and the great room. In the fridge, I find a carton of orange juice and pour myself a glass. It's delicious, and my fuzzy head eases immediately. I hunt through the cupboards looking for some painkillers and eventually come across a plastic box full of meds. I sink 2 Advil and pour myself another orange juice. Okay, can we? I have a question. A plastic box full of meds? Like, I need more detail on this. What's in the box? You know, like Brad Pitt said in a movie that I hate, what's in the box? And yes, I really do hate that movie. I think it's overrated as fuck. I think it's awful. And I love David Fincher. I genuinely love David Fincher. But that movie is terrible. And it has everybody like lauded it. It got such critical acclaim, and I don't understand why, because it's a terrible, terrible movie. You know what? You know what the better movie is? Because you know how every movie there's like clones of it. You know what's a better movie than Seven? The Bone Collector. Denzel Washington and Angelina Jolie. That's a good movie, an extremely good movie. Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch that, aren't I? Yeah, that'd actually be good tonight. I haven't seen that in forever. It's a very good movie. Is Kevin Spacey a paramedic in Seven? I don't remember. I don't know. I just know that the movie was so predictable that in the opening, because it's obvious that it's Seven Deadly Sins, I actually predicted in my head the weapon specifically that was used in the lust murder of the prostitute. Oh, in the Bone Collector. Yes, I know who you mean. Yes. It yes. It was a little. It could have been. Um, yeah, it could have benefited from maybe a little more misdirection, but I thought it was quite clever. You know, and I like any movie that gets into like forensics and you know, that has that puzzle riddle element to it. I always love those. Like again, there's an episode of SVU called Scavenger that same thing, a serial killer leaving clues um to the police saying like if you can solve this in time then you can save the person that I've kidnapped, if not they're going to die. Um so that was quite good. That was a good episode. I've never seen The Usual Suspects, but I know the end of it because I've just heard it like quoted like growing up, so I know the end, but I've never seen it. I do want to watch it someday just to see if like I think it like deserves the reputation that it has. Like Kevin Spacey, as much as he's a pervert and a creep, and I still want to punch him in the face for trying to blame his molestation of a 14-year-old on the fact that he is closeted and gay. You know, he gets to fuck off and die in perpetuity for that one. But he was a very accomplished actor. I will say, I like a lot of his movies. K-Pax, if anyone's seen K-Pax, wonderful movie back when he was still primarily a comedic actor. But it has a little bit of comedy chops. It's probably or drama chops. I mean, it's probably the last like more comedy lean movie that he did before he transitioned to being a super heavy drama actor. And I love House of Cards. I haven't seen all of it. I've seen like the first two seasons, two and a half, roughly. And he's fucking dynamite in that. He's a goddamn powerhouse. He's a legend. He's great. Is he a horrible, horrible person in real life? Probably. Does that surprise me at all? No. People who are good at comedy and then the dark dramas, you know why that is? They're dark people. They are fucked up, dark people. That's why they do really well in those roles. Again, if I was to play a role in a movie, I am not going to be the girl next door that, you know, the high school football captain falls for. I'm going to be the student in the school who's secretly a serial killer and murders that girl and the high school football captain. That's who I'm cast as. Uh, Plastic box full of meds. I need to know what's in the rest of the box. I really do. There's got to be roofies in there. I promise you there's roofies and like Valium in there at the very least. Probably propofol. Wandering into the great wall of glass, I look out at a sleeping Seattle. The lights twinkle and wink beneath Christian's castle in the sky. Or should I say fortress? I press my head against the cool window. It's a relief. I have so much to think about after all the revelations of yesterday. I place my back against the glass and slide down onto the floor. The great room is cavernous in the dark, the only light coming from the three lamps above the kitchen island. You know what you could do? You could turn the lights on. Could I live here, married to Christian, after all that he's done here, all the history this place holds for him? I'm. You can afford to move. You know, that's what they did in Nip Tuck. Hey, also a character named Christian, and also was moving because he was in a permanent relationship now, and his girlfriend didn't want to live in the place where he had banged hundreds of women, which actually led to a really beautiful process shot that they did, and I was amazed at the time. Like it was a process shot, it was green screen compiled, but that they had actually gone and gotten, this is in like season 5 of the show, and he bangs pretty much a different woman in every episode, and they actually got all those actresses back and had them pose to layer up this process shot of it does a sweep around the apartment, and it's him remembering, and he's remembering all these women that he's had there, and they all appear, and they're all in like black evening dresses, and it was just very beautiful shot, and it was very emotional. They actually, Nip Tuck, I gotta say, one thing, they got written off as being kind of cheesy and hyper and over the top, but they were good with the heavy-handed emotion. They really were. And that's also a character named Christian who was abused as a child and then became a extremely powerful, extremely wealthy, very fucking deviant, perverted person. He also is extremely sexually deviant and violent, as well as having rage issues. So maybe that Christian was a little bit inspiration too. Christian Troy was his name. It was played by Julian McMahon. He went from Charmed to Nip Tuck, and I followed because I loved him. Uh, and so I followed, and that's why I watched Nip Tuck. Though, interesting fact, the character of Kimber, who is seen in the first episode, she was supposed to be a one-off. She was never supposed to be a returning character. She was supposed to be a one and done. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am, like all his other women, and she wound up staying almost the entire run of the show. And thank God she did, because she was amazing. Marriage. It's almost unbelievable and completely unexpected. But then everything about Christian is unexpected. My lips smirk with irony at this reality. Christian Grey, expect the unexpected. 50 Shades of fucked up. Because we needed to be reminded of this horrible line. Yes, it did. Yeah, no, this is true. Like she's much ado about nothing it here. God, my hair looks terrible. I cut it too short. I really did. Because I had it longer. I had it like longer where I could still brush it back, and I didn't like it. So I cut it shorter, trying to do the spike thing, but my hair grows so fucking fast. And it's thick, so it just like sticks up and I look like a porcupine. And this is me when I brushed it. I brushed the ever living crap out of my hair trying to get it to settle down. And nope, porcupine. Also, am I going bald? Like, why am I having these why is this like this? Am I going bald? Am I losing my hair? Or is it just spiky? It might just be spiky. I need to get some gel or something to like make it stay. Anybody remember that bedhead frizz control stuff? I need that. I don't know if bedhead even still exists or if they still make it, but that's what I need. My smile fades. I look like his mother. This wounds me deeply, and the air leaves my lungs in a rush. We all look like his mom. Yeah, and that's as creepy as it sounds. But let's face it, all guys pick women who are kind of like their mothers. At least most of them do. It's either the total opposite of mommy because they hate mommy, or they marry their mom. Like, there is credence to guys want to marry their mother. Like, not in the way that that sounds, but in terms of, like, you know, what you look for in a partner and marriage and, like, the caretaking, comforting aspects. You're going to look to where you always got that from, and that's mom, and that's why, yeah, guys tend to marry women that are share traits with their mothers. And girls marry guys who share traits with their fathers, for better or worse. There's a reason that line is in there. How the hell do I move on from a disclosure of that little secret? No wonder he didn't want to tell me. But certainly he can't remember much of his mother. I wonder once more if I should talk to Dr. Flynn. Would Christian let me? Perhaps he could fill in the gaps. Okay, that is so sus. Like, do I think his terrible therapist would talk to her? Yes. Does she need his permission? Yes. Should the therapist necessarily do it even if Christian gives permission? That's a question. Because as somebody who did get arm twisted into letting my therapist talk to somebody and regretted it because she was a fucking moron, and I told her, though she did, I think if ever she learned to take me seriously, that was in one of those moments, because she wouldn't shut up for like over a year about wanting to meet my mother, which I was not about to allow. And so when she would not shut up, and it's the same thing with the students, she wouldn't listen, so I have to show you. And so I was like, okay, I will invite my mother to our next session. Here's exactly what's going to happen. And I laid it out for her exactly to the minute what would happen. I said that week, and I'm like, okay, next week I will bring my mom with me. You will get to meet her. And then you will shut the fuck up and never ask me this again. She agreed, and so I brought my mom, and the appointment went exactly like I said it would. Exactly what I said would happen happened. And as it was happening, and as we're all standing around, because there was a scene, and it was chaos, and it was exactly what I said, and it was so much bullshit. And as we are standing around dealing with the chaos that was my mother, I'm looking at her, and she could not look me in the fucking eye. She couldn't look at me because I told her exactly what would happen. And she didn't fucking listen. And here it was playing out in the middle of her office. And that was after I'd eviscerated two of her students, so she really should have known to listen to me by then. But more and more I realized she was a pretty crappy therapist. I mean, she got me misdiagnosed with something that has destroyed my life and my ability to get medical care for the last 25 years, so. Falsely diagnosed, I should say. That's the problem. And she was supposed to undo it and never did, and now the person who wrote it is probably dead. And getting one doctor to change something that another doctor wrote, even though it's wrong and even though I can prove that it's wrong, is next to impossible. And I shake my head. I feel world weary, but I'm enjoying the calm serenity of the great room and its beautiful works of art. If only the movie had put some freaking artwork on the walls. I think they're just plain white. Cold and austere, but in their own way, still beautiful in the shadows and surely worth a fortune. Could I live here? For better, for worse? In sickness and in health? I close my eyes, lean my head back against the glass, and take a deep, cleansing breath. Okay, again, he owns multiple places. He's also rich as fuck. You don't have to live here. You can live anywhere. You can buy an actual house, live on a yacht. You have options. The peaceful tranquility is shattered by a visceral, primeval cry that makes every hair on my body stand to attention. Christian, holy fuck, what's happened? I'm on my feet, running back to the bedroom before the echoes of that horrible sound have died away, my heart thumping with fear. I flip on I flip one of the light switches and Christian's bedside light comes to life. He's tossing and turning, writhing in agony. No! He cries out again, and the eerie, devastating sound lances through me anew. Shit. A nightmare. Christian. I lean over and grab his shoulders and shake him awake. His eyes. He opens his eyes, and they're wild and vacant, scanning quickly around the empty room before coming back to rest on me. You left. You left. You must have left, he mumbles, his wide eyed stare becoming accusatory. He looks so lost. It wrenches my heart. Poor 50. I'm sorry, did he just blame her? Persnickety, I just saw what you said. I'm going to kill you. Do not mention that fuck. Girl, I'm gonna pull a Will Smith on you. I know, right? I still maintain that's gonna be the merch for the movie. It's gonna happen. That and the perfumes, whatever fucking smells were hammered in about the two of them. I don't even remember, but they both had a signature smell. It's definitely gonna be a perfume along those fucking dragon nightlights. Uh, just to remind everyone, we still have plenty of ducks available if anyone would like to give Ralph some friends. He needs friends. There's lots of ducks that want to be picked out of the bag and shown off and named. And also, I have not had handcuffs on in weeks. This is a problem. I have needs. But did he literally just accuse her of causing his nightmare? Yes, he did. He said, "You left. You must have left me." Because if he was holding her like a fucking like one of those Japanese pillow girlfriends, then he wouldn't have had a nightmare. So it's her fault, really. And seriously, if sleeping next to somebody else keeps the nightmares at bay, why did he never sleep next to any of his other subs? I'm here. I sit down on the bed beside him. I'm here. I murmur softly in an effort to reassure him. I reach out and place my palm on the side of his face, trying to soothe him. "You were gone," he whispers rapidly, his eyes still wild and frightened, but he seems to be calming. "I went to get a drink. I was thirsty." So he literally had a nightmare in the like minute and a half that she went to get a drink. He closes his eyes and rubs his face. When he opens them again, he looks so desolate. "You're here. Oh, thank God." He reaches for me and grabs me tightly, pulls me down onto the bed beside him. "I just went for a drink," I murmur. Oh, the intensity of his fear. I can feel it. His t-shirt is drenched in sweat and his heart's pounding as he hugs me close. He's gazing at me as if reassuring himself that I'm really here. I gently stroke his hair and then his cheek. "Christian, please, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere," I say soothingly. So he's now having panic attacks the second she leaves his side. This is healthy. "Oh, Anna," he breathes. He grasps my chin to hold me in place, and then his mouth is on mine. Desire sweeps through him, and unbidden, my body responds. Through him or through her? I think she left off an R there. His lips are at my ear, my throat, and then back on my mouth, his teeth gently pulling at my lower lip. His hand traveling up my body from my hip to my breast, dragging my t-shirt up, caressing me. Now we get the sex. I moan as his hand cups my breast and his fingers tighten over my nipple. "I want you," he murmurs. "I'm here for you. Only you, Christian." Only you! Ugh, gag me with a stick. He groans and kisses me once more, passionately, and with a fervor and a desperation I've not felt from him. Grabbing the hem of his t-shirt, I tug and he helps me pull it off over his head. Kneeling between my legs, he hastily pulls me upright and drags my t-shirt off. His eyes are serious, wanting, and full of dark secrets. Exposed. He cups his hand around my face and kisses me, and we sink down onto the bed once more, his thigh between both of mine so that he's half laying on top of me. His erection is rigid against my hip through his boxer briefs. He wants me, but his words from earlier choose this moment to come back and haunt me. What he said about his mother. It's like a bucket of cold water on my libido. Fuck. I can't do this. Not now. "Christian, stop. I can't do this." I whisper urgently against his mouth, my hands pushing on his upper arms. "What? What's wrong?" He murmurs and starts kissing my neck, running the tip of his tongue lightly down my throat. "Oh, no, please. I can't do this. Not now. I just need some time, please." "Oh, Anna, don't overthink this." He whispers as he nips at my earlobe. Okay, anyone want to call him not a rapist? You can shut the fuck up right now because she's been told to stop twice at this point, and he's not stopping. And I don't care if he thinks she's overreacting or any of the rest. She clearly told him to stop. Period, end of. She said, stop, I can't do this right now. And he's continuing to do it. So, there we go. That is my ironclad proof. This guy is a rapist. Because it is not even occurring to him to stop. I wish Mark was here right now. I'm going to send him a message just to annoy him. I gasp. Again, it's the pain spelling. Feeling it in my groin, but my body bows betraying me. This is so confusing. I'm just the same, Anna. I love you and I need you. Touch me, please. He rubs his nose against mine. His quite heartfelt plea moves me, and I melt. Of course she's gonna give in. Of course! She can't say stop and actually make him stop. This is teaching such a good lesson to boys out there. That when your girlfriend says, stop, I can't do this right now, and then says, stop, I can't do this, and stop, I can't do this, and no, please, I can't do this, not now. That when your girl says those things to you, what do? You keep kissing her and holding her down on the bed because eventually she'll stop saying no and just melt. This is a wonderful lesson to be teaching young men. Or women, for that matter. Christ. Touch him. Touch him while we make love. Oh my. He rears up over me, gazing down, and in the half light from the dimmed bedside light, I can tell he's waiting for my decision. And he's caught in my spell. He ain't waiting for shit. I reach up and tentatively place my hand on the soft patch of hair over his sternum. He gasps and scrunches his eyes closed as if in pain, but I don't take my hand away this time. I move it up to his shoulders, feeling the tremor run through him. He groans, and I pull him back down to me and place both hands on his back, where I've never touched him before, on his shoulder blades, holding him to me. His strangled moan arouses me like nothing else. Okay, now she is becoming a sadist because she just said his moan, which is at least partially extreme distress, is arousing. I get that if it's me because I'm twisted like that, but she's supposed to be the normal one, right? I mean, I don't know fuck about shit about being normal, but I know what it's not. He buries his head in my neck, kissing and sucking and biting me, before trailing his nose up my chin and kissing me, his tongue possessing my mouth. His hands move over my body once more, and his lips move down, down, down to my breasts, worshipping as they go. And my hands stay on his shoulders and his back, enjoying the flex and ripple of his finely honed muscles, his skin still damp from his nightmare. Yes, because let's fuck away the trauma. That works. And I've actually tried that. Spoiler, it doesn't work. His lips close over my nipple, pulling and tugging so that it rises to greet his gloriously skilled mouth. I groan and run my fingernails across his back, and he gasps a strangled moan. Oh, fuck, Anna. He chokes, and it's a half cry, half groan. It tears at my heart, but also deep inside me. So we're having like emotionally traumatic sex right now. Tightening all the muscles below my waist. Oh, what can I what I can do to him. I'm panting now, matching his tortured breasts with my own. These people are way too horny to exist, by the way. I groan as he moves his fingers around. Oh, wait, where am I? I missed a line. His hand travels south over my belly, down to my sex, and his fingers are on me, and then in me. I groan as he moves his fingers around inside me, in that way. And I push my pelvis up to welcome his touch. What is in that way? I'm afraid to ask, but also I want to know. What is he moves his fingers in that way? What is that way? I want to know, but also I'm afraid to know. Has she ever answered this? Did she ever get asked this in an interview? Is it out there? What is in that way? Because I know it's one of those annoying phrases she got called out for using a lot. Um, because he says like his dom jeans like hang on his hips that way or in that way, and it gets repeated a lot. But I need to know what he is supposedly doing right now. If you have any ideas, please leave them in the comments. I would love to know. Hannah, he breathes and suddenly releases me and sits up. He removes his boxer briefs and leans over to the bedside table to grab a foil packet. His eyes are blazing gray as he passes me the condom. You want to do this? You can still say no. You can always say no, he murmurs. Yes, she can always say no, but he doesn't listen to or respect no, as he's in the midst of proving right now. Don't give me a chance to think, Christian. I want you to. I rip open the packet with my teeth as he kneels between my legs, and with trembling fingers I slide it onto him. So now she's opening the condom with her teeth. Stop doing this! Books, movies, TV. Stop with the opening a condom with your teeth thing. Not only is this a terrible idea, and you're going to look stupid doing it, it's a really good way to rip the fucking condom and get lube in your mouth, which is gross. So stop it! Steady, he says. You're going to unman me, Anna. Okay, you handed her the condom. And I'm sorry, but how much staying power does he have? Like, we know he's a 30-second, cowboy when it comes to fucking. Because once he's in, he's exactly like Maxim. She only knows how to write like bad lovers, I swear. There's these supposedly like sexy erotic sex gods that she writes are all like they last about 10 seconds once they're inside the girl. Like, and now he's saying he's gonna prematurely ejaculate because she's putting a condom on him. Like, dude, you handed her the condom. You knew she was gonna do it. You could have done it yourself if it's that much of an issue. But also, seriously, he's supposed to like be sexually trained, and he knows what edging is, so he should have experience in like, you know, holding himself back. I marvel at what I can do to this man with my touch. He stretches out over me, and now my doubts are pushed down and locked away in the dark, scary depths of the back of my mind. I'm intoxicated with this man. Man. My 50 Shades. He shifts suddenly, completely taking me by surprise, so I'm on top. Whoa. You. Take me, he murmurs, his eyes glowing with a feral intensity. Okay, again with the glowing eyes, that's gotta be left over from the Twilight shit, and she just didn't edit it out, right? Because this is like the third time he's referenced as having glowing eyes tonight. So it's got to be leftover Twilight crap. It really has to be. Oh my. Oh, excuse me. Oh my. I'm really not getting any better at that. I've been practicing and yet I'm not getting any better. I I need to watch some Star Trek. He murmurs, his eyes glowing with feral intensity. Oh my. Slowly, oh so slowly, I sink down onto him. He tilts his head back and closes his eyes as he groans. I grab his hands and start to move, reveling in the fullness of my possession, reveling in his reaction, watching him unravel beneath me. I feel like a goddess. I lean down and kiss his chin, running my teeth along his stubbled jaw. He tastes delicious. He clasps my hips and steadies my rhythm, slow and easy. Anna, touch me, please. Oh. I lean forward and steady myself with my hands on his chest, and he calls out, his cry almost a sob, and he thrusts deep inside me. Ah, now we get pain with two H's, so that really hurt. I whimper and run my fingernails gently over his chest, through the hair there, and he groans loudly and twists abruptly. So I'm even and twists abruptly so I'm once more beneath him. Enough, he moans. No more, please. And it's a heartfelt plea. No more what? She's not doing. Reaching up, I clasp his face in my hands, feeling the dampness on his cheeks, and pull him down to my lips so I can kiss him. I curl my hand around his back. He groans deep and low in his throat as he moves inside me, pushing me onward and upward. But I can't find my release. My head is too cloudy with issues, and I'm too wrapped up in him. Let go, Anna, he urges me. No. Yes, he snarls, and he shifts slightly, gyrating his hips again and again. Jeez. Arg. So now she's legitly in pain. It's not even trying to hide the fact that she is like she's telling him no, she's not comfortable with what he is doing. And he is again ignoring that she's saying no. I'm trying so hard to cut this an inch of slack, but it's not there. She's literally saying no and he's saying yes and like trying to force her to orgasm when she is not there. And here we go. Geez, arg. Come on, baby. I need this. Give it to me. And there we have it. The ultimate I own you. This is all about me bullshit. I also point out he's literally just fucking her to make his nightmare go away. This has nothing to do with her or them or anything. She literally could be replaced by the Japanese pillow right now because that is exactly what she's being used as. And I explode, my body a slave to his, and I wrap myself around him, clinging to him like a vine as he cries out my name and climaxes with me, then collapses, his full weight pressing me into the mattress. He literally just used her as a cum dumpster, and I hate that phrase. I utterly hate that phrase. I will punch somebody so hard in the face for saying it, but that's what he just used her as. Like, she could be replaced by a pocket pussy right now. Like this, I'm aware that I have called her a fuck doll before, but this is literally her being used as a fuck. This is possibly the most literal example we've had yet of her just literally being used as a fuck doll because she's saying no, he's still doing it, and he's only doing it because he had a nightmare and he's trying to fuck away the nightmare. It has nothing to do with her or them or any of it. This is sex for mechanical reasons. And I say that as somebody who regularly uses having an orgasm as a sleep aid. It works. I cradle Christian in my arms and his head on my chest as we lie in the afterglow of our lovemaking. That was not lovemaking. I run my fingers through his hair as I listen to his breathing return to normal. Don't ever leave me, he whispers, and I roll my eyes in the full knowledge that he can't see me. I know you're rolling your eyes at me, he murmurs, because he's watching her on night vision. And I hear the trace of humor in his voice. You know me well, I murmur. I'd like to know you better. Back at you, Gray. What was your nightmare about? The usual. Tell me. He swallows and tenses before he issues a drawn-out sigh. I must be about 3, and the crack horse pimp is mad as hell again. He smokes and smokes, one cigarette after another, and he can't find an ashtray. He stops, and I freeze as a creeping chill grips my heart. It hurt, he says. It's the pain I remember. That's what gives me nightmares. That and the fact that she did nothing to stop him. Oh no, this is unbearable. I tighten my grip around him and my arms and this is triggering me. This is literally triggering me because something old is popping up in my head from the she did nothing to stop it, because I have a situation where somebody in my life should have stopped something and didn't. Though weirdly enough, even as a child, I understood that she was not stopping it because she was absolutely terrified. I'm not excusing it. This was a grown adult and she absolutely should have stopped the situation. But even as a kid, I recall being intensely aware of seeing the grown up in my life who was supposed to be in charge and supposed to protect me in this moment absolutely terrified and then do nothing about it. Like, she could have stopped that situation and what wound up happening in about 100 different ways. So, yeah, I blame her. She should have done more. But I also remember being acutely aware that she really was terrified and she had her own two kids to protect. Only time I ever heard my aunt yell at her kids, probably the only time she ever did yell at them growing up, was yelling and telling them, go up to your room and stay there. Which, of course, they didn't do. I remember seeing them at the top of the stairs spying on the adults like we all did as children. It was the only time she ever yelled. And that's when I knew how afraid she was. But this is why you call the cops instead of opening the front door. Dumbass. And weirdly enough, I also actually still have scars to this day from that situation. Not cigarette burns on my chest, but I have different scars from it that I still have and still affects things. But this is what you get growing up with crazy and pathetic. Completely lost my place. You ever one of those moments where you try to express your own style and you go too far? I had one of those ones. I had double pierced ears for about 3 days. That was too far. One is fine. I can't remember the last time I actually wore earrings. Ever ever have posts on earrings that are too long and stab you in the neck? Nail clippers and a file. It'll fix it. Just take a little bit off the end so they don't poke you in the neck, but definitely file it because they get sharp when you cut them. And yes, a nail file will do. The metal's not that strong. Okay. Oh no, this is unbearable. I tighten my grip around him, my legs and arms holding him to me, and I try not to let my despair choke me. How could anyone treat a child like that? He raises his head and pins me with his intense gray gaze. Like, I'm sorry, but how sheltered is she if, like, that is a huge revelation? I'm not saying it's not bad. Of course it is. But you're not like her. Don't ever think that. Please. No, you just look like her. Excuse me. I blink back at him. Excuse me. Am I seriously gonna have hiccups right now? Uh, I blink back at him. It's very reassuring to hear. Yep, I'm gonna have hiccups right now. Damn it. It's very reassuring to hear. He puts his head on my chest again, and I think he's. It is. Ow. Okay, I may have to get up and get a glass of water. But he surprises me by continuing. Sometimes in the dreams, she's just laying on the floor, and I think she's asleep, but she doesn't move. She never moves, and I'm hungry. Really hungry. Oh, fuck. There's a loud noise and he's back, and he hits me so hard, cursing the crack whore. His first reaction was always to use his fists, or his belt. Is that why you don't like to be touched? He closes his eyes and hugs me tighter. That's complicated, he murmurs. He nuzzles me between my breasts, inhaling deeply, trying to distract me. Tell me, I prompt. He sighs. She didn't love me. I didn't love me. The only touch I knew was harsh. It stemmed from there. Finn explains it better than I can. Can I see, Flynn? He raises his head to look at me. 50 Shades rubbing off on you? And then some. I like how it's rubbing off right now. I wriggle provocatively underneath him and he smiles. Ugh. Yes, Miss Steele, I like that too. He leans up and kisses me. He gazes at me for a moment. You're so precious to me, Anna. I was serious about marrying you. We can get to know each other then. I can look after you. You can look after me. We can have kids if you want. I will lay my world at your feet, Anastasia. I want you, body and soul, forever. Please think about it. Okay, that's a slightly better proposal. He's getting better. There's improvement. Still needs to do it right with the ring, but still that's improvement. Though, like what he's saying, I would be terrified of because he's saying I will give you anything as long as you don't leave me, which is not the same as really being in love with her. And it's not the same as saying like I'll be okay to build a life with you and we'll be happy, etc., etc. That's not what is going on here. This is possession. Just reminds me I need to message somebody. Mm-hmm. I will think about it, Christian. I will. I reassure him, reeling once more. Kids? Jeez. I'd really like to talk to Dr. Flynn, though, if you don't mind. Anything for you, baby. Anything. When would you like to see him? Sooner rather than later. Okay, I'll make the arrangements in the morning. He glances at the clock. It's late. We should sleep. He shifts to switch off his bedside light and pulls me against him. I glance at the alarm clock. Crap, it's 3:45. He curls his arms around me, his front to my back, and nuzzles my neck. I love you, Anna Steele, and I want you by my side. Always. He murmurs as he kisses my neck. Now go to sleep. I close my eyes. Of course! Reluctantly, I open my heavy eyelids and bright light fills the room. I groan. I feel cloudy, disconnected from my laden limbs. And Christian is wrapped around me like ivy, as usual. I'm too warm. And it can't be later than 5 in the morning. The alarm has not yet gone off. I stretch out and free myself from his heat, turning in his arms, and he mumbles something unintelligible in his sleep. I glance at the clock. 8:45. Shit, I'm going to be late. Fuck. I scramble out of bed and dash to the bathroom. I'm showered and out within 4 minutes. That was me in the morning running to school. I would literally go from bed to standing at the bus stop in about 6 to 7 minutes, including like showering, getting dressed, everything. But that was partly due to scheduling. Like oh God, when I lived past Mac, fuck. The bus, like if you did not, I learned very quickly. I learned my first week living so far. It's very, 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 very far from school. So it was like almost an hour on a city bus. But the thing is, it went through McMaster University, which not only is huge and takes a lot of time, but all the Mac students getting on would like flood the bus. So not only would it be so crowded, like not even standing room only, it was a crush. Like literally in the morning and the evening for the students, they put extra buses on that route just because it's a massive campus with thousands of students. You got to get there. So yeah, you need extra buses. But it would be the time that it would take because at every stop there'd be like 50 people getting on and they all just swipe their student cards and stuff to ride the bus. It would take so long, like we'd spend an hour just going through campus if it was busy. So I learned that I needed to catch either the 6:15 or the 6:30 bus, 6:45 if I was really running late. Keep in mind, 6:45 was the late bus that I needed to catch. And I went to a school that didn't start until 8:45. But if I was not on the 6:45 bus, I would be late getting to school because of the time at the university. If I was on the 7 or the 7:15, I was late because by then the students start coming and the bus spends an hour, sometimes more, just doing the campus. And that's before we even get downtown where my school is, and that's like another 30 minutes after the campus. So, yeah, it was a hell of a long day. I fell asleep on the bus every day on the way home, same bus in reverse coming home, and that coming home, like it's coming home time. And so again, there was no avoiding the students sometimes. So sometimes I wouldn't get home until like 5:36, and that's leaving school at 3:30. And so, yeah, I used to fall asleep every day. I'd be asleep. The driver, thank God, learned where I got off. It was the second to last stop. There was actually only one more stop before the bus turned around and did the reverse route. I was literally at the end of the line, so thank God the driver like learned where I got off and used to wake me because I'd fall asleep every day because I'd be so tired. So I fell off a bus once. I, I woke up, but I didn't wake up all the way. And then when I was going down the stairs, I must have fallen asleep for just a second because I fell down the stairs and onto the grass. I was okay because I was asleep when it happened, so I was like relaxed. I was perfectly fine, but I remember hearing like a few people scream, seeing me fall, and I was like, I'm okay, I'm okay, I'm okay, really, I'm awake, really, I'm awake, I'm fine, really fine. It was funny. I laughed it off, and then I think I went to bed. Christian sits up in bed watching me with an ill-concealed amusement coupled with wariness as I continue to dry myself while gathering my clothes. Perhaps he's waiting for me to react to yesterday's revelations. Right now, I just don't have time. I check my clothes, black slacks, black shirt. All a bit Mrs. R, but I don't have a second to change my mind. I hastily don black bra and panties, conscious that he's watching my every move. It's unnerving. The panties and bra will do. You look good, Christian purrs from bed. You can call in sick, you know. He gives me a devastating, lopsided 150% panty busting smile. 150% panty busting smile. Even in a fanfic, that's a terrible line. Ugh. Oh, he's so tempting. My inner goddess pouts provocatively at me. There is a BuzzFeed video of couples reading random lines from this to each other and reacting to it, and it's hilarious as hell because most of them have never read it before, so they get genuinely shocked at what the fuck is in this book, and it's supposed to be romantic. That and find the videos of Nostalgia Critic and like a dozen other YouTubers of the time reading in cartoon voices lines from this book. It is the funniest shit you'll ever see in your life. And it's so worth it. I think somewhere didn't Gilbert Gottfried like read and record this entire book? He basically like did an audiobook version of these books, at least the first one. I think he did, just as a joke or something. No, Christian, I can't. I'm not a megalomaniacal CEO with a beautiful smile who can come and go as he pleases. I like to come as I please. He smirks and cranks his glorious smile up another notch so it's in full HD IMAX. Christian, I scold. I throw my towel at him and he laughs. Beautiful smile, huh? Yes, and you know the effect you have on me. I put on my watch. Do I? He blinks innocently. Yes, you do. The same effect you have on all women. It's really tiresome watching them all swoon. Does it? He cocks his eyebrow at me, more amused. Don't play innocent, Mr. Gray. It really doesn't suit you. I mutter distractedly as I scoop my hair into a ponytail and pull on my black high-heeled shoes. There, that will do. When I bend to kiss him good night, and he grabs me and pulls me down onto the bed. Kiss him goodbye, not good night. He grabs me and pulls me down onto the bed, leaning over me and smiling from ear to ear. Oh my, he's so beautiful. His eyes bright with mischief, floppy, just fucked again hair, that dazzling smile. Now he's playful. I'm tired, still reeling from all the disclosures of yesterday while he's still bright as a button and sexy as fuck. Oh, exasperating 50. What can I do to tempt you to stay? He says softly, and my heart skips a beat and begins to pound. He is temptation personified. Yes, he is secretly Mephistopheles. I trace my fingers over his sculptured lips, my 50 shades. I love him so in all his monumental fuck upness, which is written as one word, and I'm pretty sure that's not a real word. I haven't even begun to process yesterday's events and how I feel about them. Actually, you have. You had a decent cry, and then he fucked you. Forget about it. I lean up and kiss him, thankful that I brushed my teeth. He kisses me long and hard and then swiftly sets me on my feet, leaving me dazed, breathless, and slightly wobbly. Taylor will take you. Quicker than finding somewhere to park. He's waiting outside the building. Christian says kindly, and he seems relieved. That's not kindly, that's controlling. Is he worried about my reaction this morning? Surely last night, or this morning, proved that I'm not going to run. Okay, thank you. I mutter, disappointed that I'm upright and on my feet, confused by his hesitancy and vaguely irritated that once again I won't be driving my Saab. But he's right, of course. It will be quicker with Taylor. So she's already, like, okay, one, she's never going to drive this car. Can we just admit there's no point in her having a car because he's never going to let her drive again? Enjoy your lazy morning, Mr. Gray. I wish I could stay, but the man who owns the company I work for would not approve of his staff ditching just for hot sex. I grab my purse. Personally, Miss Steele, I have no doubt that he would approve. In fact, he might insist on it. Why are you staying in bed? It's not like you. He crosses his hands behind his head and grins at me. Because I can, Miss Steele. I shake my head at him, later's baby, and blow him a kiss, and I am out the door. Okay, I'm surprised that he let her go. I will say that. But yeah, him staying in bed is weird, and it's probably because he's going shopping for a ring and a wedding venue and the marriage license because he's definitely doing all of those things today. Because he's decided that they're getting married and therefore they're getting married, so that's what he's doing today. Taylor is waiting for me and he seems to understand that I'm late because he drives like a bat out of hell to get me to work by 9:15. I'm grateful when he pulls in at the curb. Grateful to be alive. His driving was scary. I would have a problem with this. I can be a bad passenger if people are driving erratically. Again, I have car issues from a car accident. So if somebody like I am very nervous and tense and can be annoying in a car because of it. If I don't know you or I don't trust your driving, once I know you're a decent driver, I'm fine. But if it's the first time I'm in a car with you, or if you're speeding or like changing lanes rapidly or driving like an otherwise jackass, I'm not going to be okay. I have actually told people to pull over and let me out of the car. One was a former boyfriend that I was seeing for one day before he got deployed. He literally, it was something out of a fucking movie. I don't even know how. This guy that I had this super intense summer thing, the kind of thing that they do write movies about, that kind of devastating attraction to each other. We were inseparable for a summer, and then it was over. And then, like 5 years later, he literally, I had moved like several times, literally just showed up at my door one day. Literally, knock at the door, I open it, and there he is. And it was like no time had passed at all. We were exactly back at that same intensity. We're just two people that have this crazy chemistry with each other. We always have. We have this super intense, super attraction to each other, but it just didn't work and it wasn't going to work. And there were fundamental differences that were not going to change. And there was life events getting in the way. But that one day, like, yeah, he just showed up and said, I'm getting deployed tomorrow. You want to hang out? And yeah, we hung out for the day. Ironically enough, never had sex. We were very young when we were first together. We did stuff, but not all the way. A lot of firsts for both of us in terms of relationships. It was like I was 14, 14 or so, 14 or 15 that summer. Best summer I ever had. Still miss him. Still, and he's that guy that even now, even 20 years later, if he knocked on my door today and said, "You want to hang out?" I'm going. Of course I'm going. I'll go with him anywhere. We just have this crazy connection we always have. I still think about him from time to time. Haven't seen him in 20 odd years, more than that. Okay, I was trying to avoid it, but I have to get up for 2 seconds because I really have to pee. So I'll be back in 2 seconds. Consider sponsoring a duck. This is my last shout out for sponsors. $10 gets you a duck, 25 for handcuffs, and 50 I will chug the remainder of that glass, and it's still pretty full. So if you want to see me possibly puke, that'll do it. And I'll be back in 2 seconds. And it's much better. Now I can focus. No way I would want to. I've got about 15 pages left, just FYI. So I'm hoping we will get this in by 12:30. 12:30 is a little optimistic, but we'll see. uh, I'm grateful that I'm not hideously late. Only 15 minutes. Thank you, Taylor, I mutter, ashen faced. I remember Christian telling me he drove tanks. Maybe he drives for NASCAR too. Tanks are not fast. I think they top out at what, like 30 at most, and that's if you really have room to move. I think they usually move about 15. Tanks are slow as fuck. Anna, he nods a farewell, and I dash into the office, realizing as I open the door to reception that Taylor seems to seems to have overcome the Miss Steele formality. It makes me smile. Did she tell him to call her Anna? I look sad. I think I always look sad. I'm probably just hormonal. and probably tired. I probably just look tired. I know I look like hell tonight. I'm aware I look awful. Like my face is so red and blotchy. It's disgusting. But that's having skin issues. Ugh. But I'm fine, I promise. Much as I ever am. Oh, if you just popped back in, Night Wolf, I did get triggered by something, so there may be a little of that lingering on my face. Something did trigger me and make me like have a moment, but it's faded. But it might still be showing on my face a little. You are okay, you're a very flattering liar, but thank you. And I have been checking my mail, no joy yet. I'm expecting something special that a couple people know about, and I'm definitely going to show it off when it gets here, but it's not here yet. I checked yesterday and there's no mail today. So hopefully Monday. Though when I went to check the mail yesterday, my entire mailbox, and I checked it 2 days ago, 2 days before yesterday, my entire mailbox was nothing but freaking flyers. It was like the whole box was full. Not that it's like a huge mailbox, but 2 days, 2 days, and it's stuffed with freaking flyers. And like, who sends out a 15-page flyer? Canadian Tire, I'm looking at you because it was them. Like, who still does that? Like, seriously, stop putting them in mailboxes. The last place I lived, I actually liked the way that they did flyers because they had a case in the front hallway. There was just like it was the shelves, and they would just put the flyers for local places on it, like No Frills, Fortino's, Metro. There's always the real estate pages, and like Canadian Tire and a couple others. And so they were just on a rack in the lobby, and you could grab one if you wanted, but they didn't like stuff everybody's mailbox with them. So I like that much better because you could just take one if you wanted it instead of having the mailboxes full up. Plus, it must create so much recycling. Like literally next to the mailboxes, they have a giant. There's a slot in the wall that has a big trash can behind it to put your junk mail and recycling through. And I can only imagine like how fucking full that gets. I mean, there's what 70 apartments in this building, 70 or so. No, more than that. So what's there's 8 per floor times 22 floors. So whatever the math on that is. So 8 apartments per floor times 22 floors. And it's like how much junk mail and paper recycling from the junk mail comes just from this one building. Like it's insane. It's so nuts. It should be here. I thought so too. I thought so too, but it's not yet. I checked yesterday and there's no mail today. So it's not here yet. Probably give it till Monday. Mail can be slow. Plus, mail here all gets routed to Ottawa to be sorted and then sent back out. So it might have been delayed a couple days because of that. Because it used to be in a different place, but then when they changed it, because for a while my grandparents were in Kingston, and if they sent something, it would get here the next day. But then when they moved the sorting center to Ottawa, suddenly a card from them took like 4 days, even though we're like a couple hours apart. It shouldn't take that long. So mail can be weird. But I'm sure it'll come Monday. It's probably just didn't make it by the weekend, so it'll be here Monday. Claire grins at me as I rush through reception and make my way to my desk. Anna, Jack calls me. Get in here. Oh shit. What time do you call this? He snaps. I'm sorry, I overslept. I flushed crimson. This is like her second week at the job and she's late. And also, girl, this is why you call. You call and say, I'm sorry, I am running late, but I am on my way. I will be there in 10 minutes and I will stay late to make up for it. You don't just show up late and expect it to go unnoticed. I mean, I've never been late to a job, but I would expect to be told if I was. Don't let it happen again. Fix me some coffee and then I need you to do some letters. Jump to it. He shouts, making me flinch. Also, I'm not putting up with that. I don't care if I am late. You don't talk to me like that. Why is he so mad? What's his problem? What have I done? It's your second week, you're his assistant, and you're fucking late and you didn't call. And you didn't go to him when you got there and say, sorry, I'm late. Is there anything I can do for you? I'll make it up to you, boss. No, you just wandered in and hoped that nobody would notice. Your pretty privilege is showing, idiot. Like, I'm sorry, but that makes me want to fucking slap her. Because it's like, oh, yeah, I can be late and nobody will care. No, you can't. I've had this conversation with people older than me and younger than me. When you have a job or you say you're going to show up on time, you better fucking be on time. You know, because I yelled at somebody for being like an hour late for something, which caused us to miss the event we were going to. And they were like, well, what's your problem? You know, I just couldn't get here. I couldn't find the place. It was this and that. My point is, you were supposed to be here an hour ago, and now we've missed the thing that we were going to because you're late. And you couldn't fucking call. You couldn't do anything. Like, I'm sorry. Lateness is not something I fucking tolerate. So she should be in trouble. In fact, given it's her second week, realistically, she should be fired for this because she's definitely still in like a probationary period, or at least should be. I know Christian owns the company and that's not going to happen, but in the real world, she's fired for this. Like when you're in training and you're just starting, you can be fired for literally anything or nothing. I mean, I have been fired without explanation, despite having asked for one. Jack barely acknowledges my presence when I venture back into his office to deliver his coffee. He thrusts a sheet of paper at me. It's handwritten in a barely legible scrawl. Type this up, have me sign it, then copy and mail it to all our authors. Yes, Jack. Why is he handwriting this instead of typing it? With some like if he was dictating it and handed her the dictation recorder and was like, that would make sense. But him handwriting it, no way. Yes, Jack. He doesn't look up as I leave. Boy, is he mad. It's with some relief that I finally sit down at my desk. I take a sip of tea and wait for my computer to boot up. I check my emails. Who shuts down their computer overnight? I'm sorry, hit sleep on it like everybody else, you fucking idiot. Oh, we have more emails. Okay. You know the routine. I'm not reading headers or footers. This is from him to her because he has to harass her daily at work because it's not like she's actually fucking working. Like, she doesn't even work at her job. Like, seriously. Neither of them ever actually work. Please use your Blackberry. X. Her to him. So he literally just. Wait, did I skip a page? Did I? Were they stuck together? Did I skip a page? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. She just has an email from him telling her to use her Blackberry. Okay, fine. Go fuck yourself. Why are you answering him during the day? How about, honey, I'm at work. I'll talk to you when I get home. Bye. Her to him. My boss is mad. I blame you for keeping me up late with your shenanigans. You should be ashamed of yourself. I'm sorry. Are you trauma shaming him for having a nightmare? Or for fucking you without consent? If it was the latter, I would understand, but she's doing the former, therefore she's a horrible person. How is she? She's like being corrupted by proximity to him. She started out as like a decent person. Now she's becoming a very horrible person the further this goes. Him to her. You don't have to work, Anastasia. You have no idea how appalled I am at my shenanigans. But I like keeping you up late. Please use your Blackberry. Oh, and marry me. Please. Okay, dude, no. Hella no. Like, he's literally trying to pressure slash, like, guilt trip slash just annoy her into marrying him. Because, again, he's a child. And so he's taking an extremely childish approach. But, dear God, her to him. I know your natural inclination towards nagging, but just stop. I need to talk to your shrink. Only then will I give you my answer. I am not opposed to living in sin. Whoever said it was living in sin can kiss my fucking ass. Anastasia, if you're going to start discussing Dr. Flynn, then use your Blackberry. This is not a request. For that, I would ghost him for at least 3 days. Oh shit, now he's mad at me too. Well, he can stew for all I care. See, for once I agree with her. Yes, he can. He can go fuck himself. If you don't want me answering you through the work email, which is monitored, you know what you do, moron? Stop emailing my work email! She clearly has both a work email and a private email. Email her private fucking email that she can only look at on the Crackberry. Stop emailing her work address, which is on her work computer. And also, why are you emailing her at work? She's trying to work. I take my Blackberry out of my purse and eye it with skepticism. As I do, it starts ringing. Can't he leave me alone? No! He followed you across the goddamn country for 3,000 miles and hasn't left you alone for more than 6 hours since you met. No, he can't leave you alone. You don't know this by now? He yelled at you because he couldn't use satellites to track your location. Like, honey, smell the fucking coffee. Yes, I snap. Anna, hi. Jose, how are you? I forgot he was even a character. Why does he still exist? I also said that about Jacob past like the first movie. He's the character that doesn't exist. He's and y'all know I love Handmaid's Tale. You know I love Handmaid's Tale. I worship it. I know every location because they're all right here. I dress as it for con. I love it. But one of the significant changes they made from the book, and again, this does fit with the book, we never actually find this out, is they kept the character of Luke, who is of Offred or June's original husband. Well, not original, he is her husband. And they get separated during a failed escape attempt, and she gets captured and forced to be a handmaid. But she believes that he's dead for a long time, and in the book, he is dead. In the book, it is she never is told otherwise. He is dead. I believe was the intent in the book. However, in the show, and they had every right to do this because she doesn't see him die. She's running in the woods, she hears a gunshot and knows that he has been shot, and she assumes that he is dead. Now, in the show, they did an episode that I hated to show that actually, yes, he was shot, but he actually survived and managed to escape without her. And so then we have these cutaway scenes that would interfere with the normal episode that I didn't want to see of him living as a refugee in Canada, which is an interesting concept to explore that and show that aspect of it. And I love that. But I hate the character of Luke because they never did anything with him. They would cut away to just basically show him pining for her and being useless for like 5 seasons. Well, for the first 4, he was useless, and then I'm not going to give spoilers, but he becomes a little more active in the 5th one. But is still basically useless and shouldn't be there. This is Jose in this book. It's a useless character. He had a point in the beginning. He had a reason to exist in the first book. He doesn't have a reason to exist anymore, and he should be forgotten about. For all the useless characters in this book are the one-off idiot characters. Why are you dragging this back up? Like, just let her forget about him and go away. Or Christian would have had him secretly murdered for what he did at the bar. Like, come on, this is dumb. And like, what is supposed to come of this? What, she's supposed to suddenly go like, oh, maybe I'm in love with him? This doesn't happen. It's not going to happen. Just because Twilight had a love triangle, and this doesn't even pretend to have one. So why is he here? It's good. It's so good to hear his voice. Yeah, that's what women say about men that sexually assaulted them. Yeah, it's so good to hear your voice. That's totally true. I'm fine, Anna. Look, are you still seeing that gray guy? Do you wonder why he's calling? This is where I'm hanging up. Yes. Why? Where is he going with this? Well, he's bought all your photos, and I thought I could deliver them up to Seattle. The exhibition closes on Thursday, so I could bring them up Friday evening and drop them off, you know. Or maybe we could catch a drink or something. Actually, I was hoping for a place to crash, too. Okay, so much to unpack there. One, artist with his own gallery show is not going to be delivering his work personally. The gallery is going to handle that. And two, you just sold like all of your portraits at a massive show to a super rich guy. You have money. You don't need to crash on somebody's couch. This is contrived and stupid. And honestly, after what he did, I'd be like, yeah, there's a hotel across the street. You have money, use it. Jose, that's cool. Yeah, I'm sure we could work something out. Let me talk to Christian and call you back. Oh my god, is she's stupid. She knows Christian hates this guy. She knows Christian actively hates this guy. They got into a punch up in the parking lot. She knows that Christian hates this guy and is never gonna agree to let him couch surf at their place. Like, I'm sorry, but she's a horrible, horrible, horrible idiot for this. Like, she's too stupid to fucking exist. Nobody would ever do this. Cool, I'll wait to hear from you. Bye, Anna. Bye. And he's gone. This is worse than Big Bang when Penny was gonna let her ex-boyfriend drummer guy sleep on their couch and Leonard had a problem with it, which he had every right to do. This is worse than that. And that was a sitcom. It was meant to be funny. It was a bad episode, but this is not meant to be funny. It's just horribly wrong. Holy cow. I haven't seen or heard from Jose since his show. And that was like, what, a whole 72 hours ago? Didn't even ask him how it went or if he sold any more pictures. Some friend I am. Oh, God. No, some friend he is. Are you forgetting that he drunkenly sexually assaulted you? He tried to force himself on you and take advantage of you when you were drunk. But no, he's your best friend and he can totally crash on the couch of your possessive, jealous boyfriend. Idiot. So I could spend the evening with Jose on Friday. How will Christian like that? He'll have him killed. I become aware that I'm biting my lip till it hurts. Oh, that man has double standards. He can, I shudder at the thought, bathe his batshit ex-lover, and I will probably get a truckload of grief for wanting to have a drink with Jose. How am I going to handle this? Okay, that is not apples to apples, you stupid bitch. Like, these are very different situations. And you don't have the right to compare. And the fact that this book thinks those are the same thing, Jesus Christ. Anna, Jack pulls me abruptly out of my reverie. Is he still mad? Where's that letter? Coming. Shit, what's eating him? How about he's expecting you to do your fucking job when you got handed it and then sat there for 20 minutes answering emails with your idiot boyfriend and then having a phone call of a personal nature with another idiot would-be lover? How about you do your fucking job when you're at work? I'd be mad at you too. This is why in my world she's fired. I don't put up with this shit. I type up his letter in double quick time, print it out, and nervously make my way to his office. That's a really good way to make sure that you don't have a lot of typos, is nervously typing really fast. I've done it. It doesn't work. Though I did learn when I was, because I went to school when you did have to write things by hand. And then once I got to a certain point in school, you were expected to type it up on the school computers, because who had a computer at home? Nobody. So when I had to type it up, I learned because I couldn't do you had the arm on the monitor where you could hang the piece of paper. So you could like look at the paper and then look back at the screen and type, except I couldn't do the back and forth. I would forget. So what I learned to do was take the paper and put it directly on the screen. I would tape it at the top so it would block the screen, and I would literally just read down it and type as I'm reading down it, just to get it into the document, and then like take the paper away and then go back and correct all my typos and my spelling mistakes, which I would have because I was still learning how to type. But it was a million times faster than trying to do the look and the back and forth. I could never do that. No, just put the paper in front of the screen and just read down it and type and then fix it way faster. Way, way faster. Here you go. I place it on his desk and turn to leave. Jack quickly casts his critical, piercing eyes over it. I don't know what you're doing out there, but I pay you to work, he barks. He's 100% in the right now. Because she's not only 15 minutes late and didn't care to explain herself and hope that it would go unnoticed. She's now been there for like a half hour and doesn't done fuck all that resembles work. So, yeah, I'd be pissed at her too. I'm aware of that, Jack, I mutter apologetically and feel a slow flush creep up my skin. This is full of mistakes, he snaps. Do it again. Fuck. He's beginning to sound like someone I know, but rudeness from Christian I can tolerate. Jack is beginning to piss me off. Okay, miss, who the fuck do you think you are? You screwed up. He just told you the thing you typed is full of mistakes, i.e., you suck. I.e., you didn't hit spell check or read it through before handing it to your boss, you fucking idiot. And now she wants to get pissed off that she's being held accountable for sucking at her job and for spending time at her job taking personal calls and emailing her boyfriend? Honey, just fucking quit or yell at him. My boyfriend owns the company and I own you. But pick one. Because I'm sorry, but I'm hating her through this section of the book. I'm absolutely hating her. And I found her annoying and stupid, but I didn't hate her before. Now I'm starting to hate her. Because this is disgusting behavior in a workplace. Like, you are supposed to work, you screwed up, and you're being told to do it again. Shut your fucking mouth and go do your job properly. Fix it. You have no right to be pissed right now. None. And get me another coffee while you're at it. Sorry, I whisper, and scurry out of his office as quickly as I can. Holy fuck, he's being unbearable. You're atrocious. You are fucking disgusting at your job and you're screwing up and being told. And you want to say that's unbearable to be told that you typed something badly, go fix it? When it's supposed to be distributed to all their authors, so proper spelling would kind of be nice? That's unbearable. Like, I'm sorry. She's marry the rich guy, honey. You're useless. You clearly have no ability to function in the real world, so, marry the money and shut the fuck up. Real people got work to do. I sit back down at my desk, hastily redo his letter, which had 2 mistakes in it, and check it thoroughly before printing. You should have done that the first time, you moron! Now it's perfect. I fetch him another coffee, letting Claire know with a roll of my eyes that I'm in deep doo-doo. Taking a deep breath, I approach his office again. Better, he mumbles reluctantly as he signs the letter. Photocopy it, file the original, and mail it out to all authors. Understand? Yes, I'm not an idiot. In her head. Jack, is something wrong? Actually, you are an idiot. You are an absolute idiot. And you deserve the way you are being talked to right now. Also, I would not be trusting her with a mass mailing to all of our authors. I would sure as fuck not be trusting her with that. I would have somebody way more senior be in charge of something that important for an editing house. Publishing house, I mean. But she deserves everything she's getting right now. So the fact that she's being a petulant little fucking brat about it, you know. He glances up, his blue eyes darkening as his gaze runs up and down my body. My blood chills. Yeah, somebody literally doing the. Yeah, if my boss did that to me, that would creep me out. No. His answer is concise, rude, and dismissive. No, it's not. You're his assistant. You said, is there anything else I can do? And he said no. That means you shut your fucking mouth, leave, and sit at your desk and try to pretend you're working. But no, he's not being rude, dismissive, or anything else. You're just a fucking idiot. Like, how did I never notice that she's a snowflake in this? Which all I want to do with a snowflake is beat the fuck out of them until they enter the real world and grow the fuck up. Like, it is not up to other people to make you feel good or tell you you're good when you suck. Like, I remember, like, again, this is so many years ago, but I remember hearing about there was, like, a bunch of teachers in some state having a fight with the Board of Education in that state because a teacher, like, got in trouble for giving a student a 0 because the student didn't hand in an assignment. They had to write a paper about whatever, and a couple of students never turned it in. They didn't do it. And so the teacher appropriately gave them a 0 because they didn't do it. So you get a 0 on work you never did. The parents got irate. I think they sued the school. And the Board of Ed told the teachers, well, you can't give any student other than anything below a 50. And in that state, 50 is a pass. A D is a pass. So it's like, so you're saying literally students cannot do the work, not hand it in, but they still get a D on something that they didn't do and get a passing score. And to which the Board of Ed in that state was like, yes, because it's too emotionally damaging to give a child a 0. This is the entire problem with the world. Expecting to be rewarded and told that you did good when you literally didn't do the fucking job. This is the entire problem with the world right now. This is why I can't keep a fucking job, because I intend to be good at what I do. And so when I get put in a position where I'm being asked to be crap or to lie repeatedly or to be utterly untrained and horrible and have no clue what I am doing, and yet I'm expected to spend 3 hours on every call because I'm Googling how to help somebody because I'm not trained, I can't do that. I can't be deliberately terrible at a job. I can't do it. This is what got me fired from not my last job. That was a different thing. That wasn't actually my fault or theirs. It was just circumstance. But the one before that, I got fired for refusing to be terrible because I got told to be absolutely atrocious at the job. And I said, no, I'm not going to do that because I know what these people are paying to access tech support, which is being run by me. And you're not training me enough to warrant the $300 these people are paying to talk to me when I don't have a first clue how to help them because you won't teach me. Never work for fruit companies, as Forrest Gump put it. I gotta get reading. I stand there like the idiot I profess not to be and then shuffle back out of his office. Perhaps he too suffers from a personality disorder. Yeah, expecting you to be good at your job, that's a personality disorder, you fucking useless idiot. She really is just useless and stupid. Like, I think being a fuck doll is like her highest like possible use because she's not good for anything else. Sheesh, I'm surrounded by them. I make my way to the copy machine, which of course is suffering from a paper jam. And when I've fixed it, I find it's out of paper. This is not my day. Oh, poor sad fucking you. There's a paper jam and you have to put paper in the copier, and so you're just having a horrible day. I'm sorry. Did E.L. James accidentally invent the snowflake trope? Was that around before this? Because I'm sorry, but she's being such an insufferable twat right now. When I'm finally back at my desk stuffing envelopes, my Blackberry buzzes. I can see through the glass wall that Jack is on the phone. I answer. It's Ethan. Okay, stop taking personal calls at work, you dumbass. Hi, Anna. How did it go last night? Last night. A quick montage of images flashes through my mind. Christian kneeling, his revelation, his proposal, macaroni and cheese, my weeping, his nightmare, the sex, touching him. This is all like written as stream of consciousness. Fine, I mutter unconvincingly. Ethan pauses and decides to conclude in my denial. Cool. Can I pick up the keys? Sure. I'll be over in about a half an hour. Will you have time to grab a coffee? Not today. I was late getting in, and my boss is like an angry bear with a sore head and poison ivy up his ass. Okay, no, your boss is holding you accountable for sucking at your job. He's actually being quite reasonable because you're still employed. So shut the fuck up. Sounds nasty. Nasty and ugly. I giggle. Ethan laughs and my mood shifts a little. Okay, see you in 30. He hangs up. Didn't he already get the keys from her? Wasn't that why he was already there? Like, I feel like he already has the keys. I swear to God. I'm not going to go back and look because I don't care that much. But I swear to God, he already picked up the keys. And that's why she was concerned he was dead. I glance up at Jack and he's staring at me. Oh shit. I studiously ignore him and continue to stuff envelopes. Half hour later, my phone buzzes. It's Claire. He's here again, in reception. The blonde god. Ethan is a joy to see after all the angst of yesterday. Is everyone at this office horny? The blonde god? Seriously, is everybody horny in this world? and the bad temper my boss is inflicting on me today. But it's all too soon. All too soon he's saying goodbye. Will I see you this evening? I'll probably stay with Christian, if flush. You have got it bad, Ethan observes good naturedly. Yeah, because somebody is acknowledging they've only known each other for a few weeks and you're spending almost every night there. Yeah, I'd say you got it bad too. I shrug. That's not the half of it. And in that moment I realize I have it more than bad. I have it for life. And amazingly, Christian seems to feel the same. Ethan gives me a swift tug. Later, Xana. I return to my desk, wrestling with my realization. Oh, what I would do for a day on my own just to think it all through. Then get on a plane and take one! Oh, wait, you already tried and he stalked you across the country. And you did nothing about it, or pointed out to him that it was grossly inappropriate and put his ass back on a plane and said I'll see you in 4 days. Alright, last chance to make me chug. Where have you been? Jack is suddenly looming over me. I had some business to attend to in reception. He's really getting on my nerves. I want my lunch. The usual, he says abruptly and stomps back into his office. Oh, how? Yeah, he's getting on your nerves for expecting you to do your fucking job. You've been there 3 hours and you've spent at least half that time on personal shit. Again, how is she not fired? Why didn't I stay home with Christian? My inner goddess crosses her arms and purses her lips. She wants to know the answer to that one, too. Picking up my purse and my Blackberry, I head for the door and check my messages. Him to her. My bed is too big without you. Looks like I'll have to go to work after all. Even megalomaniacal CEOs need to do something. And there's another from him later in the morning. Is the better part. Oh, the subject is discretion. Is the better part of valor. Please use discretion. Your work emails are monitored. How many times do I have to tell you this? He wrote it in all caps, shouting. Yes, shouty capitals, as you say. Use your Blackberry. Dr. Flynn can see us tomorrow evening. And one even later. Oh no. I haven't heard from you. Please tell me you're okay. You know how I worry. I will send Taylor to check. That email is time-stamped 12:15. Hold on, let me go back. When was the first one? Okay, the first one she didn't. Hold on. Okay, E.L. James, you stupid bitch. You should have checked your fucking time. Because the first one that she supposedly didn't answer is at 9:06. She wasn't even at work yet. She said she got there at 9:15. And let me see, because there's previous emails. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Blatant bullshit. Blatant fucking bullshit. This is all in the same chapter. The previous emails that I read 2 pages ago start at 9:05, 9:27, 9:32, and 9:35 a.m. 9:40 was the last one. Okay, so the previous emails that I read, the last one was at 9:40. Now there's different emails that are starting at 9:06 and 9:50. Were those two emails. Now the third one is dated 12:15 and him freaking out that she hasn't answered him in what? If the last one was realistically at about 10 o'clock? So he hasn't heard from her in 2 hours and he's freaking out. She's at work and you literally have a bodyguard stood across the street to watch her every fucking move. Like, this is not. What is a more intense word than stalking? Because he's not stalking her anymore. He owns her and is controlling her every move. But also apparently expects her to check in by email or phone or voice like every 10 minutes. And also, idiot, did you not check your own fucking timestamps of your email so this could make half an ounce of sense? But no, of course not. I roll my eyes and call him. I don't want him to worry. Send a text. How about, I'm at work. I'll talk to you when I'm at home. Don't worry. Bye. Christian Gray's phone, Andrea Parker speaking. Oh, I'm so disconcerted it's not Christian who answers that it halts me in the street, and the young man behind me mutters angrily as he swerves to avoid bumping into me. I stand under the green awning of the deli. Hello? Can I help you?
Andrea fills the void with awkward silence. Sorry, I was hoping to speak to Christian. Mr. Gray is in a meeting at this time. She bristles with efficiency. Can I take a message? Can you tell him Anna called? Anna? Is in Anastasia Steele? Yes. Your question confuses me. Hold 1 second, please, Miss Steele. I listen attentively as she puts the phone down, but I can't tell what's going on. A few seconds later, Christian is on the line. Are you okay? So he clearly gave instructions that if this person calls, interrupt me no matter what I'm doing. But then also, why is some blonde assistant holding your phone? She's calling his personal cell phone. If he's in a meeting, just turn the fucking ringer off, turn the sound off, put it on vibrate. Why is an assistant physically holding his phone just because he's in a meeting? Like, this is dumb.
Yes, I'm fine. He releases his held breath, relieved. Christian, why wouldn't I be okay? I whisper reassuringly. You're normally so quick at responding to my emails. After what I told you yesterday, I was worried. He says quietly, and then he's talking to someone in his office. No, Andrea, tell them to wait, he says sternly. Oh, I know that tone of voice. I can't hear Andrea's response. No, I said wait, he snaps. Like, yeah, seriously, if you have to step out of a meeting for 2 seconds, no one's gonna care. Like, Christian, you're obviously busy. I only called to let you know I'm okay, and I mean that just very busy today. Jack's been cracking the whip. Er, I mean, I flush and fall silent. Christian says nothing for a minute. Cracking the whip, eh? Well, there was that time when I would have called him a lucky man. His voice is full of dry humor. Don't let him get on top of you, baby. Christian! I scold him and I know he's grinning. Just watch him, that's all. Look, I'm glad you're okay. What time should I pick you up? I'll email you. From your Blackberry, he says sternly. Yes, sir, I snap back. Laters, babe. They really are both insufferable at this point. Bye. He's still hanging on. Hang up, I scold, smiling, because they're both teenagers now. I literally did this as a teenager. It was disgusting and stupid then, but I really was like 14, 15, so I can get away with it. They're grown adults who are supposedly adults. Don't do this fucking shit. You hang up. I hear his smile. Oh, playful Christian. I love playful Christian. I love Christian, period. We've been here before. You're biting your lip. Shit, he's right. How does he know? Because it's a habit and it's a thing you do, so you can guess. You see, you think I don't know you, Anastasia, but I know you better than you think. When did she ever say he doesn't? I don't recall this being a conversation. He murmurs seductively in that way that makes me weak and wet. What doesn't? You're kind of a slut. Christian, I'll talk to you later. Right now, I really wish I hadn't left this morning, too. I'll wait for your email, Miss Steele. Good day, Mr. Gray. I hang up and lean against the cold, hard glass of the deli store window. Oh my. Even on the phone, he owns me. Well, at least she's a. There's the line of this entire series. He owns me. Yep. Yep, that's it. That is it. That is the line of the entire series right there. Yep, that's entirely it. Oh, I really want a highlighter. One of my markers has to be good. Ah! My duck! Oh no! Duck down! Okay, hold on. I knocked things over. I gotta get it. I'll be right back. 2 seconds. I gotta get the duck before the cat does. Oh, please don't be broken. Okay, stay.
It's okay. Ralph is okay. The duck lives. Why is there? Did I get lipstick on this tie? I did. Damn it. Fucking A. Damn it. I got lipstick on the tie. Fuck. The duck is okay. Hi, cat who came. Oh my. Thomas is under the table and he's looking for the duck because he heard it pull. He's standing there looking for it right now. Little bastard, he really wants to eat Ralph. Okay, Thomas is really trying to eat Ralph. This is not a joke. He really wants to eat the duck. This is why Ralph needs friends for protection from the cat. I really was hoping for a second duck tonight, but that's clearly not going to happen, so I'll shut up. They're doing the stupid teenage bullshit. Christian, I'll talk to you later right now. Blah, blah, blah. He's scowling when I get back. Is it okay if I go to lunch now? I ask tentatively. He gazes up at me and his scowl deepens. If you must, he snaps. 45 minutes. Make up the time you lost this morning. Bitch, you were just in a deli. Grab yourself a sandwich and eat at your desk. Why do you need to go for lunch? Like, when I was in school, I was the kid who stayed inside during recess and lunch to fucking work. I used to literally get forced to go outside. I was never an outdoors kid, okay? If you have one of those kids in your class, you know what you don't do? Don't force them to go outside or tell them they must go play with other kids. How about you let them just be them? They want to sit in a corner and read for 15 minutes? Let them. What the fuck does it matter to you? Why do you have to mandate that all kids must run around outside and be like, quote unquote, normal? Why is that normal? That's not normal for some people. Some people like to fucking read. Like, this is why I started tutoring other students when I was like 8. Jack, can I ask you something? What? You seem kind of out of sorts today. Have I done something to offend you? You were 15 minutes late, tried to pretend it didn't happen, fucked up the first thing he told you to do, and then you've had an attitude of being put out by doing your job all day because you're too busy talking to your boyfriend, your wannabe boyfriend, and all other personal shit you shouldn't be doing at work. Gee, I wonder who has an attitude. It ain't him. He blinks at me momentarily. I don't think I'm in the mood to list your misdemeanors right now. I'm busy. He continues to stare at his computer screen, effectively dismissing me, which is exactly what you fucking deserve. You are so out of line. Whoa, what have I done? Again, he just told you. Do you want the list? I don't have time to give it to you right now. Get out of my face and go pretend you work here. Like, I'm sorry, but she's atrocious. I turn and leave his office and for a moment think I'm going to cry. Why has he taken such a sudden and intense dislike to me? Because you suck right now. You've been again, I'm sorry, she's too stupid. Like, this clearly shows she's already decided to marry Christian, and with that amount of money and power, nobody can tell her shit. And she's already acting like it. Like, this is entitlement and Gen Z bullshit. Like, a full 10 years before that was a thing. It's kind of ahead of its time. Not that I'm giving it credit. A very unwelcome idea pops into my head, but I ignore it. I don't need his shit right now. I have enough of my own. Oh, you don't need your job? Well, then fucking quit. You don't actually need to work. I head out of the building to the nearby Starbucks and order a latte and sit down in the window. Taking my iPod from my purse, I plug in my headphones. I choose a song haphazardly and press repeat so it will play over and over. Because we need an explanation to what the repeat function does. I need music to think. I listened to like hardcore Euro rap to write a chemistry exam once. It worked wonders. It was really good because I used it to study too, and so then when I listened to it during the exam, it really helped. It was Euro Dance by DJ Mangu. Very good. My mind drifts. Christian the sadist.
Christian the submissive, Christian the untouchable, Christian Christian's Oedipal impulses, Christian bathing Layla. I groan and close my eyes while that last image haunts me. Okay, seriously, get the fuck over it. Unless you're saying you fucked her up the ass in your bed, shut the fuck up. And you didn't even ask what happened to Layla. He literally just got as far as I bathed her because she was dressed her in your clothes because she was filthy, and I was trying to make her feel better and as well as like physically be better. She didn't even ask what happened after that. She got as far as he bathed her, and then what? She vanished from the face of the earth. You don't even know what he did to her after that. The rest of that story could have been, and then I strangled her with the loofah and buried her in like Long Island Sound. Like, you don't know what the end of that is. She didn't even care enough about Layla, supposedly, to care, like, where she is right now. Because Christian never finished that story. He just said he bathed her, she freaked out, is continuing to do so for stupid reasons, but we still don't know where Layla actually is. Christian has not told her where she is or what he did with her after he bathed her. So is she number 11 under the floorboards? Is there now only 3 surviving submissives instead of 4? It's certainly possible. Can I really marry this man? He's so much to take in. He's complex and difficult, but deep down I know I don't want to leave him, despite all these issues. I could never leave him. I love him. It would be like cutting off my right arm. See, this is where her brainwashing and indoctrination is complete. She can't even envision life without him. He has done his job. He mentally owns her. This is the culmination of Stockholm syndrome to a degree, as well as other types of programming and psychological reprogramming to which she is expert and has expertly done it. And also, she had no personality of her own to begin with, which helps a lot when trying to reprogram someone. And for anyone who thinks I'm talking out my ass, fucking Google me. The best experts in the world can completely psychologically destroy somebody's personality and replace it with one of their own creation in about 72 hours using appropriate stressors and measures. And I do not mean torture. I do not. You do not have to get physical or inflict any pain or torture on somebody at all in order to psychologically manipulate and reprogram them. You do not have to use any physical means at all. If you're smart and you know what to say, you can do it all with words. How do you think I got 2 students to walk out of the room, one of them to quit the profession and question her sexuality at the same time? I didn't physically hurt either of them. I used words and I'm very good at it. And yes, I used psyop tactics and I absolutely psychologically tortured the second one until she left. First one too, but the first one got the point and left relatively quickly because she understood what I was doing and that she had no right to be there. Second one, I literally broke in under 10 minutes. Unintentionally, I didn't mean to do that level of exposure, but clearly they were already broken. I saw it, I exploited it, and the results happened. And I didn't lay a finger on that person. So, yeah, you don't have to. And Christian does physically abuse her. He's physically abused her since they met. So, adding that, like, of course she's devastated and like that's why her personality, like if you compared the person she is on this page to the person she was on the first page of the first book, they're not the same person anymore because he's changed her, he's manipulated her. You got like 5 pages left. I'm struggling. People in the chat, I need some support. I need love and cuddles and belly rubs like a dog. I need support. I'm struggling. We got 5 pages left and I'm tired and I think I'm getting sick. And we didn't get any ducks, and that's making me sad. If I look sad, it's because of the lack of ducks. Because it's been 3 weeks without another duck, and so I'm sad that we don't have more ducks after 3 weeks. I was really hoping we'd have a second duck by now. Because there's so many of them in the bag waiting to be put on stage, and we don't have any more ducks, and so I'm sad. I will admit that's the one thing that's maybe making me sad if I look sad. But other than that, I'm fine. Right now, I've never felt so alive, so vital. I've encountered all manner of perplexing, profound feelings and new experiences since I met him. It's never a dull moment with 50. Looking back on my life before Christian, it's as if everything was in a black and white, like Jose's pictures. Now my whole world is a rich, bright, saturated color. She's been living in Pleasantville. Hi, person who just came in. Oh, you like Nesquik? I love Nesquik. Yeah. Yeah, we got Nesquik. This is purely for ice cream topping and chocolate milk. I would like it better if it was in the bunny shape, but I'm not sure they make the bunny shaped bottles anymore, or at least I haven't seen them in a while. I definitely prefer the bunny shaped bottles and also never put this in the fridge. Ever. But hello, the big goober. Okay, thank you for that. That's very sweet. Uh, can I give him up? Do I want to give him up? It's as if he's flipped a switch and lit me up from within. It's been an education knowing him. I've discovered more about myself in the last few weeks than ever before. I've learned about my body, my hard limits, my soft limits, my tolerance, my patience, my compassion, and my capacity for love. Okay, these are not things that you need in like 3 weeks. This is years worth of exploration, and you don't know anything about it, and you were a virgin, so you don't know anything, and he's the only guy ever, and you didn't even know what soft or hard limits were like 6 weeks ago, so let's not pretend you understand them, because you don't. Neither does he, and he's the one teaching you, so there's kind of a fundamental problem there. It strikes me like a thunderbolt that what he needs from me, what he's entitled to, and it's I need to read this again because my brain just short circuited. It strikes me like a thunderbolt. That's what he needs from me. What he's entitled to. Unconditional love. I am not saying everyone is not worthy of unconditional love from someone in their lives. I hope everybody has that to some degree. But you do not get that from a partner. I'm sorry, but being married is very conditional love. And people can write romantic all they fucking want about how you love people and you do anything for them. That's not reality. Reality is marriage is very conditional. That's why you wait for the right person. That's why we don't have generally arranged marriages. Not that I'm entirely knocking that because it has its place, it certainly does. And not that I wouldn't consider it myself someday if it was ever an option, which is not. And I'm not dismissing the notion, but I'm saying this is some. No, you are not entitled to unconditional love from anyone except your parents. And even that has its limits. But what she is saying is that basically she's willing to sacrifice herself on the altar of Christian Grey and be a literal virgin sacrifice, which she's been this entire time. Seriously, there's a version of this where he like burns her on an altar. I'm not kidding. The undertones, the yeah. He never received it from the crack whore. It's what he needs. I can love him. Can I love wait, okay, not a line to split. Can I love him unconditionally? Can I accept him for who he is, regardless of his revelations last night? Why are you trying to love him unconditionally? Again, you've known him for 6 weeks. He just told you that he likes to fucking beat you because you look like his dead crack whore abusive mother. And he gets sexual satisfaction out of revenge. And you're like, can I love him in spite of that? I'm not saying she shouldn't. I'm saying it's a stupid premise and a stupid question. I know he's damaged, but I don't think he's irredeemable. Also, the idea that he needs to be redeemed. I'm not defending him, but this is my half ounce of defending people like him. Just because you are damaged or you are a sadist or you're into BDSM doesn't mean you need to be redeemed. It means that's who you are. Own it, enjoy it, live your life, and fucking enjoy it. Enjoy it to the ninth, and anyone who wants to judge you for it can go fuck themselves because they clearly lived a very privileged and safe life if they don't have any clue why somebody would be the way you are. And yes, I do subscribe to the notion that everyone who is in the BDSM community is fucked up in some way. And they have some damage somewhere in their life that made them the person that belongs in that community.
That's true. I don't fucking hide from that. But that doesn't make you a bad person or needing to be redeemed or any of that shit. Why is somebody messaging me? I really gotta get a highlighter. Excuse me. Freaking hiccups. Again, freaking hiccups. I sigh, recalling Taylor's words. He's a good man, Miss Steele. Okay, ow. That one actually hurt. And seriously, what does Christian have on Taylor? What does he pay him? Does he like fund private orgies for Taylor? What? Because he's got something on him. You know he does. Christian doesn't employ anyone he doesn't have the goods on. I've seen the weighty evidence of his goodness, his charity work. No, you haven't! When have you actually seen Christian do charity work? Bullshit. No, you haven't. He took you to a party at his parents' house that his parents were throwing that had an auction for charity in which he pimped you out. You've not seen him actually do anything charitable. His parents did it and he was forced to attend because he was obligated to. He doesn't feel deserving of any love. Given his history and his predilections, I have an inkling of his self-loathing. That's why I never let anyone in. Can I get past this? He said once that I couldn't begin to understand the depths of his depravity. Well, he's told me now, and given the first few years of his life, it doesn't surprise me. It surprises me because it doesn't match up. If he'd been abused for like 10 years, 15 years and like been adopted as a teenager, late stage, then he makes sense. As a 2-year-old when he doesn't even remember it, no, this doesn't make any fucking sense. He's not Dexter, and Dexter was written well after this. And it's a better show. At least he's told me now and seems happier now he has. I know everything. You definitely don't know everything. Does it devalue? Does it yeah, it is devalue. Okay, I've never seen that word in writing before. Does it devalue his love for me? No, I don't think so. It's not love that he feels for you. It's an entirely different combination of things that he thinks is love, but it's not. He's like Frank in that episode of Criminal Minds, No Way Out. He's Frank with Jane. That's what it is. You know, he Frank, she Jane. He's never felt this way before, and neither have I. We've both come so far. You've never had a partner before or had sex before. What you're feeling is kind of invalidated by your lack of experience. Not that it isn't real. It's real. But I'm saying she has no point of comparison. So it's disproportionate. I'll put it that way. Tears prick and pool in my eyes as I recall his final barriers crumbling last night when he let me touch him. And it took Layla and all her craziness to get her there. To get us there. She still has no idea where Layla is or if she's even alive. Perhaps I should be grateful. The fact that he bathed her is not quite such a bitter taste on my tongue now. I wonder which clothes he gave her. I hope it wasn't the plum dress. I like that. So, can I love this man and all his issues unconditionally? Because he deserves nothing less. He still needs to learn boundaries and little things like empathy. That's such a little thing. And to be less controlling. That's not a little thing either. He says he no longer feels the compulsion to hurt me. Perhaps Dr. Flynn will be able to cast some light on that. Okay, so my psycho stalker possessive boyfriend no longer feels the need to hurt me, and I think in time he could learn to have some empathy and be less controlling. Yeah, this sounds like boyfriend material. Fundamentally, that's what concerns me most, that he needs that and has always found like-minded women who need it too. I frown. Yes, this is the reassurance I need. I want to be all things to this man. His alpha and his omega and everything in between, because he is all things to me. Okay, her brainwashing's officially complete. Is he drugging her? Because this is an impressive amount without drugs. I hope Flynn will have some answers, and maybe I can say yes. Christian and I can find our own slice of heaven close to the sun. I gaze out at the building. I gaze out at the bustling lunchtime Seattle. Mrs. Christian Grey. Who would have thought? I glance at my watch. Shit. I leap up from my seat and dash to the door. A whole hour of just sitting. Where did the time go? Jack is going to go ballistic. Yes, because you suck at your job! Like, why are you leaving your job to go? When I worked in the actual place, like, I never left the building to go for lunch. There was a deli in the lobby, which was fine. But I never left the building to go for lunch, and I was never late. Because I have like paranoia of being late. So if I have an hour for lunch, I'm gonna spend 5 minutes getting chips from a vending machine and then sit at my desk working for the other 55 so I won't be late. I slink back to my desk. Fortunately, he's not in his office. It looks like I've gotten away with it. For the second time in one day, you are late. You are a terrible employee and you should be fired. I gaze intently at my computer screen, unseeing, trying to reassemble my thoughts into work mode. Where were you? I jump. Jack is standing, arms crossed behind me. Okay, that's creepy, and I'd be like, excuse me, the other side of my desk is over there, move now. I was in the basement photocopying. I lie. Jack's lips press into a thin, uncompromising line. I'm leaving for my plane at 6:30. I need you to stay until then. Okay. I smile as sweetly as I can manage. I'd like my itinerary for New York printed out and photocopied 10 times. And get the brochures packaged up. And get me some coffee. He snarls and stalks to his office. I breathe a sigh of relief and stick my tongue out at him as he closes the door. Bastard. You're terrible at your job! I'm sorry, but she's fucking incompetent and stupid. Like, you're late twice in one fucking day, where I wouldn't have even had the balls to ask if I could leave for lunch when you're already late, and you suck. You fucked up the first thing he asked you to do for you. And he's literally, all he's asked her to do all day is type up a letter and now make photocopies and package some brochures and get coffee. Collectively, this would take under an hour. And she's bitching about being asked to do literally anything, including her fucking job. Like, I get annoyed at stupid trainers, stupid training, and workplaces that don't require people to know fuck all, but I don't get annoyed at being asked to do my job. Of the things I've gotten annoyed at various workplaces, being asked to actually do my fucking job was never one of them. Now, granted, I never had a job that involved getting anyone coffee, but I wouldn't have cared if I did, if that's part of the job. I would have put a coffee machine on my desk so I always had a fresh cup, and if my boss asked me for coffee, I'd be like, here you go, exactly how you like it. Because you get good at your job. You want to be good at your job. She doesn't want to be good at her job. She just wants to, I don't know. Honey, just fucking quit. Or tell your boss, hey, my boyfriend owns your ass and this entire company, so get your own fucking coffee. But again, she's the assistant. This is her job. And yet every time he asks her to do her job, she's resentful and thinks he's a bastard for asking her to literally do her job. Like, yeah, Christian's bullshit is infectious because She was not this horrible a person before they met, but now she is. 4 o'clock, Claire rings from reception. I have Mia Gray on the line for you. Mia? I hope she doesn't want to hang out at the mall. Okay, Mia is supposedly a cardiologist. She doesn't have time to hang out at the mall. And again, this is where the book didn't translate the Twilight shit out. Because it's acting like Mia's some brain dead teenager, which is how she's presented. And yet it's said that she's a practicing cardiologist, even though she's like 8 years too young to actually be a cardiologist, just based on literally the amount of schooling it takes to get certified. There's no way that Mia is a cardiologist. It's not possible. She's literally too young to have graduated med school, even, let alone having a specialty that takes like an additional 8 years. And now she's calling somebody in the middle of a workday. I'm sorry, real doctors don't have time for this shit, especially surgeon cardiologists. Hi, Mia. Hannah, hi, how are you? Her excitement is stifling. Good, busy today. You? You're so busy, yet you found time to call your brother's not even girlfriend, person he brought once, who, for all you know, was a rent-a-date hooker for the evening, just so your parents would shut up. I'm so bored. I need to find something to do, so I'm arranging a birthday party for Christian. You're so bored. You're a cardiologist and you're so bored and have nothing to do. Seriously, look, decide if she's a 17-year-old twit or she's a fucking cardiologist. Shut the fuck. Because she's not both. Also, you have her being like two different ages. She's 17 or she's 35. Pick one. Christian's birthday? Geez, I had no idea. When is it? I knew it. I knew he wouldn't tell you. It's on Saturday. Mom and Dad want everyone over for a meal to celebrate. Excuse me, hiccups. I'm officially inviting you. Oh, that's lovely. Thank you, Mia. I've already called Christian and told him, and he gave me your number here. Really? I'd be having a word with him about giving my number out to anyone. I don't care if she's family. Don't give out my number. Cool. My mind is in a flat spin. Again, she just got chewed out for being late back from lunch, and she's on a personal call immediately that's being routed through reception. And also, if Mia got her number from Christian, what, he gave her the number for the publishing house? So she had to call reception and be patched through to the desk of Anastasia Steele? Christian has her personal number, obviously. Why wouldn't he give his sister her BlackBerry number so she could call on that instead of calling through an office line, which, as he bitches about, is monitored? How is there still noise above me? It's midnight. How is there still noise? What do you buy the man who has everything? Nothing. You write him tickets for sexual exploitation of your body and give it to him as a present secretly under the table. And then you buy him a keychain. Maybe sometime next week we can go out for lunch. Sure. How about tomorrow? My boss is away in New York. Oh, that would be cool, Anna. What time? 12:45? I'll be there. Bye, Anna. Bye. I hang up. Christian. Birthday. What on earth should I get him? Why would you get him anything? At this point, why would you get him anything? Also, you set a time for lunch on a weekend when you would not be working anyway, unless this is a 7 days a week job, which it's not. You already know you're not going to New York, so you already have tomorrow off. So no, it doesn't matter that your boss is away. You wouldn't be working anyway. But seriously, again, one of them is supposed to be a professional. We have more emails here, and I'm not even going to try to pronounce the subject because does anyone know how to pronounce this word? It's written. I'm not going to try to pronounce it. Antediluvian. Antediluvian? I have no idea what the fuck that means, and I don't care. Email him to her. Oh no, her to him. Excuse me. Her to him email. Dear Mr. Gray, when exactly were you going to tell me? What shall I get my old man for his birthday? Perhaps some new batteries for his hearing aid? Him to her. Don't mock the elderly. Glad you're alive and kicking and that Mia has been in touch. Batteries are always useful. I don't like celebrating my birthday. Her to him. Dear Mr. Gray, I can imagine you pouting as you wrote that last sentence. That does things to me. Seriously. Him to her. Miss Steele. Will you use your Blackberry? Screaming. Stop emailing her work address, you fucking twit. I roll my eyes. Why is he so touchy about emails? Okay, she's an idiot on this. She's an idiot and an obnoxious cunt about this. He's told you it's because they're monitored. Therefore, they are subject. She doesn't get this. Not only are they monitored by other people within the company, so they're reading everything that he is saying, and he wants to keep his personal life personal. He's a moron for not emailing her on a private account on the BlackBerry and continuing to email her work address. But I think that's E.L. James being a moron and thinking that people only have one email address that they use for work and personal, and you just take it with you to wherever you work, and your work's like, oh, what's your email? We'll send you that there. No, you get a work email. I've had them given to me. You have a work email that is separate from your personal email. So all he needs to do is email a personal email instead of a work one, and they wouldn't have the problem of anyone at SIP reading the emails. But she's a fucking twit because he's made it very goddamn clear they're talking about kinky, intimate, personal, sexual shit, and he doesn't want it monitored by emails being copied. Also, which is perfectly reasonable. He's actually reasonable in telling her to use the BlackBerry that's private. However, the other thing is, work emails, company emails are subject to disclosure. He owns a company. He gets sued a lot, I'm quite sure. So if somebody ever sues SIP Publishing House, they can subpoena these work emails of the two of them flirting and talking about kinky shit. And then it's going to get out and it's going to get public. And that's exactly what he doesn't want. So I'm sorry, but she's too stupid to exist once again. She really is too stupid to exist in an adult. It's like if Big was done badly and she's really an 11-year-old in like a 25-year-old body, but she's still as stupid and clueless about the world as somebody who's 11 would be. Where was I? Heard of him. Dear Mr. Gray, your twitchy palms can't stay still for long, can they? I wonder what Dr. Flynn would say about that. But now I know what to give you for your birthday, and I hope it makes me sore. Yeah, this is what you need to send over company email. Him to her. Miss Steele, I don't think my heart could stand the strain of another email like that, or my pants for that matter. Behave. Now he sounds like he's 11. Her to him. Christian, I'm trying to work for my very trying boss. Please stop bothering me and being trying yourself. Your last email nearly made me combust. This is supposed to be sexy? It's not. Him to her. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Actually, I can think of any number of things that would give me greater pleasure, and they all involve you. Okay, stop flirting over work email. You're both supposed to be working. Like, seriously, she doesn't do any fucking work. I flush reading his response and shake my head. Email banter is all well and good, but we really need to talk. Which you never do. Perhaps once we've seen Flynn. I put my Blackberry down and finish my petty cash reconciliation. So she's paying herself back out of petty cash for the lunch. Why didn't you just take money out of petty cash in the first place, you idiot? By 6:15, the office is deserted. I have everything ready for Jack. His cab to the airport is booked, and I just have to hand him his documents. Hiccups, fuck. I glance anxiously through the glass, but he's still, excuse me. Okay, that didn't hurt that much. Deep in his telephone call, and I don't want to interrupt him. He's not in the mood he's in today. As I wait for him to finish, it occurs to me I've not eaten today. Oh shit, that's not going to go down well with 50. I quickly skip down to the kitchen to see if there's any cookies left. Oh, so you can tell your boyfriend who monitors your every meal that, oh, I ate some cookies because that's gonna go over better than I didn't eat all day. Like, as somebody who frequently doesn't eat all day, that's not how that works. As I'm opening the communal cookie jar, Jack appears unexpectedly in the kitchen doorway, startling me. Oh, what's he doing here? He stares at me. Well, Anna, I think this might be a good time to discuss your misdemeanors. He steps in, closing the door behind him, and my mouth instantly dries as alarm bells ring loud and piercing in my head. Oh, fuck. You're in a kitchen. Grab a fucking knife and tell him to open the door. His lips twitch into a grotesque smile, and his eyes gleam deep, dark, and his eyes gleam deep, dark cobalt. Is this supposed to be a color description? Because it sounds like Gollum. At last, I have you on your own, he says, and he slowly licks his lower lip. What? Now, are you going to be a good girl and listen very carefully to what I say? End of chapter! There's a right way and a wrong way to do a cliffhanger. That's the wrong way, because this is out of nowhere. And this is bullshit. And again, you're in a kitchen, honey. Grab a knife, grab the coffee pot and smash it upside his head. Like, tell him to open the fucking door. Like, this is the scene. I know what's coming next. I've seen the movie, but this is the worst that in the movie. I gotta say, at this point, the movie did it better because this is disgusting and stupid, and she's got a billion ways to get out of this. Like I said, grab a knife, put it to his neck, tell him to open the fucking door. End of sentence. Grab the coffee pot and smash it upside his head. Put coffee in the microwave and throw it in his face while it's hot. There's a million ways out of this. This is stupid and contrived as fuck. And it's supposed to justify that, oh, he's been slowly turning into Mr. Hyde all day because his name is literally Jack Hyde. So he's turned from Jekyll into Hyde, and now she's seeing his true evil that Christian was always worried about because he's always right. This is bullshit. The next chapter is going to make me scream my fucking head off. But that's the end of book club tonight. Thank you to the person who assaulted or insulted my physical appearance. I really needed that because I'm not insecure enough about my teeth or haven't been my whole life, and I don't have massive trauma about around that. So thank you to the person who brought that up because I really needed that. And that's not going to plague me for days and weeks and cause me to have like 8 panic attacks a day for the next month for bringing shit up. So thank you so much for that. But I hope everyone had a good time tonight. We didn't get any more ducks, which makes me sad, but maybe next week. Maybe next week Ralph will get a friend. So I'll see everybody next week. Please love on your fur babies. And I hope everybody had a good time and comes back next week. Thank you all for being here. We had a good time. Love on yourself. I hope you enjoyed my trashy comments and occasional attempts at jokes. Love on a fur baby. Love yourself. Have a good night. I love you all. See you later. Bye bye.